So it looks like Tina Peters is going to get set free on June 1st. So another couple weeks. See Tina Peters free. At least that's, we've heard this before, but looks like this time it might be real. So let's look at the headline on that and this little video that's running. Hopefully this is actually going to happen.
Polis says he is commuting the sentence of election denier Tina Peters. The former Mesa County clerk had served less than 2 years of her roughly 9-year sentence for her role in a plot to examine voting machines after the 2020 election. Governor Polis, a Democrat.
Can you guys hear this? Sometimes this computer doesn't share the sound. Let me know if you've got it.
Outlined his reasoning in a letter to Peters today, writing that, quote, "You deserve to spend time in prison for these offenses. However, this is an extremely unusual and lengthy sentence for a first-time offender who committed nonviolent crimes." President Trump has pressured Colorado's leaders to free Peters. She's set to be released on parole on June 1st. The Justice Department announced the
June 1st. There we go. That's making headlines. So let's keep our fingers crossed, say some prayers, and hopefully it's going to happen. I heard from another influencer earlier. She was saying that prayers haven't worked, so let's go in there and get her out. So I guess prayers actually did work, so we can delay that, delay it. I've said that quite a long time that we should go in there and get her out. So I don't know. So why now? Why is Jared Polis, governor of Colorado, bending now? What is happening? Now, we just saw Trump and team, because he had quite the team, the AI team, Elon Musk, NVIDIA CEO, you name the CEOs that are high tech, and they came with him. So China seems to be like going to play. And the reason why I think it took so long or has taken so long for us to go and finish the job in Iran is because we're making China, letting them know that you're not going to get any oil, right? You need to get on board with this. And so we took Venezuela. They're not going into Cuba, and they're not going into Iran, and all the oil was stopped. And so now they're going to have to pay regular price. So I guess they're actually buying American oil now, right? So, and paying fair price. So that's what's going to happen and is happening in Venezuela. So the governments of these countries, Venezuela and Iran, basically were stealing that money from the people because it's the people's oil, right? Those countries that's the people's countries, both of them. Our country, this is our country, not the politicians, right? So any wealth, any mineral, anything like that, yeah, there should be compensation for companies that get that out, and they are compensated very, very handsomely here in the United States. But it's the people's. It's our country. It should be part of the wealth of our country. It should be the part of the wealth of Iran, all the oil that they move. Same thing with Venezuela. And it's going to be going forward thanks to President Trump, who's basically taking out the deep state in all of these places. Now, the deep state obviously still exists in Colorado. The deep state still exists in California. But they're slow. I think all these states are being squeezed. All these states are having difficulty making money through fraud now. All right. So it's definitely something that's starting to turn around. So how much fraud has a lot of these deep state states been stealing? 10%. All right. It's like a tithe, a reverse tithe. We give 10% to God. Well, the deep state's been taking that 10% and giving it to their side, right? And that's not God's side. All right, so that's getting stocked out. So we're having a National Prayer Day in a couple days on the 17th. Guarantee you that there will be the other side there, and the other side meaning the Luciferians and other baddies, Satanists, all them. They're going to try and hijack that very special day. We have the National Monument there, George Washington Monument, which the Masons put up, and I'm sure that George Washington was like, damn you for naming that after me, you Masonic POSs, because he was a Mason, but he was on the good side, and he even started to say that there shouldn't be any monuments like that going forward. And so, of course, they made one because the Illuminati and so forth infiltrated the Masons, and they are a captured operation now. So we see a lot of the Masonic stuff, the Masonic George Washington Monument, and it's basically, Egyptian, the negative side of the Egyptian stuff. It's Horus's penis, right? Because ISIS couldn't find it after his brother Satan, cut him into pieces. She found all the pieces but that one. So she made a stone one, and then she had a child with that. It's magic. I don't know. So and so now, and then the Egyptians, made that part of their, their culture and so forth. And of course, the Masons, the Shriners, they have all that Egyptian icon stuff that's going on with them. The Shrine Temple, where I remember going and being a lifeguard as a young teenager before I joined the Navy. I saw one of their ceremonies one time because they had to take all of the proceeds that when people came to the temple and they'd give $1 a piece so they could swim in the swimming pool. And I was a lifeguard there, and I would have to take that every day. And one day I opened the door and they were doing some kind of crazy ceremony in there, and I'm like, oops. It's like guys were like, in some funky outfits, and they're some kind of weird ceremony, right? So it's like, okay, I'm never going to do that. Though, of course, then I joined the Navy, and I went through, E7. There was like some crazy. We did crazy stuff, ceremonies for making E7. And then I saw it also for going across the international date line. We had on the ship that I was on, we had crazy ceremonies. So there's all that stuff out there, but are some of them in good naturedly, and are some of them on the negative, in the negative realm? So I think that what we're going to probably see on the sidelines, and maybe even infiltration of the good thing that's happening there. I think that what should they do is just chop the top off the Washington Monument, put a cross there. Right, so that's what I would do. And who knows, maybe that'll happen because President Trump cleaned out the reflecting pool, and Democrats didn't like that. They want it to be a cesspool. Why? All right. Is there something? There's some kind of magic influence, some kind of satanic Luciferian, magic by keeping it polluted. Now, when I was a hard hat diver there in Washington, D.C., I got challenged to swim at night when it was very quiet, very, very late at night, to swim the length of the reflecting pool and then go up and kiss the Washington Monument. And I look back on that, I was like, these ceremonies, they suck. So I swam it, and I ran across the road and ran up, and there were a few people there and like, oh. And so I kissed the monument and I ran away, and nothing happened. But, these ceremonies, are we going to have a very positive ceremony on the 17th, National Prayer Day? And the intention, of course, is for this to be very positive. Now, the negative side does not want that. right? And they are heavily infiltrated in everything. Now, I did a show earlier where I had a gentleman on. We were talking about the military, how the military is infiltrated, heavily infiltrated. I highly recommend everybody in America see that video. It's very, very insightful of how Obama and Biden were destroying the military, and they were destroying merit through merit. Most people rise to the top. That's been taken away. If you look back at World War II, there were just a handful of admirals and generals, just like a couple of handfuls at the top, if that. And they managed 12 million fighters to win wars all over the planet. Now we have 1.3 million, and we have dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of generals and admirals. Why? All right, because most of them are political. So the military is not apolitical; it is political. And you've had these baddies that have come in, and they put those people in there, and through Obama, of course, Trump came in to try to clean it up, but it takes time. Hegseth is trying to clean it up, but it takes time. And what we discussed in our video is that the Congress, because it was shared with me that when Eisenhower did his military-industrial complex, he initially was going to call it the Congressional Complex, because all the congressmen and women in their districts where they have military, they want to hold on to that. And they want to have all these admirals and generals that they back and forth, they support each other to basically tear down America. All right. So there's a lot of work still to be done. I think the National Prayer Day is going to set the intention. And then I guess we're going to have another convention. We never have a convention. The GOP is going to have a convention. We never have a convention in midterms. This has never happened before. So something's up, right? So just like we should, fire a lot of admirals and generals and get the best of the best, because we don't have an Eisenhower out there, that was a general. We don't have anybody like that badass in the military right now with all those dozens, 40 plus whatever top generals we have. We don't have one. Why? Because it's not a merit-based system, guys. And if you don't have a merit-based system, then you're selecting people to be in positions for manipulating the system. So the tithing for the Luciferians is ending. We're cleaning up the military. We're going to clean up the government. All these things are going to get cleaned. And, you're going to see some people that are going to go away. And you're going to be wondering, well, what's happening? Why Laura Loomer is like hammering Tulsi Gabbard. And I hammered her the other night. I was like, how does the CIA come to your office and grab 40 boxes of high-level information on JFK and MLK? How do they come into your office and do that? Where were you? Why weren't they locked? Where are the copies? Right? Because I can tell you, I used to handle classified information in several teams, SEAL Team 6 and then and SEAL Team 4. And the unit 1 in Guam. So there's a procedure for getting that stuff, and you don't just come in and grab it. No one comes in and grabs it. Somebody controls it. It's locked up, and you have to have the right clearances to get at it. So what the hell is going on with Tulsi Gabbard? Now, I talked about how someone said that she was already fired, right? And maybe we're moving in that direction. Maybe she's already fired and is just moving that direction. Maybe she wants to be fired instead of like, you need to resign. So she won't resign. And so she needs something to happen that gets her fired. Because remember, she was slashing with the with the sword. She was at one time very liberal, and I don't think that's changed. Right now, I was watching Nino's show today, and he was talking a little bit about this, and he's met her, and the stuff that he shared that she said, and he was like, Obama, being gay and all that stuff, and she was like, what does it even matter? Like, what does it even matter that his partner was a man and he was having gay relations with a man that was supposed to be his wife, and he had kids in the White House? Yeah, that matters. She was like, what does it matter? And so Nino told me some other things that she had said, and he didn't say it this and there, but there's stuff that you and I know is there's definitely some problems, like 9/11. Some people deny that was an inside job still to this day, right? So it is obviously not something that's talked about in the great halls of Congress and the White House. They don't openly talk about that was an inside job, right? We know it is, or at least a quarter of us do, because I saw a poll where like most people they have no idea that was an inside job. I'm like, are you kidding me? I've shared this for like so many years. It's like, please tell me there's more people that know about this. Anyway, so we have infiltration of bad across every spectrum. We've talked about this, right? So now it's becoming very obvious to everyone, and people speaking out about it. So we're going to see, a lot more. Yeah, Big Mike is a dude. Okay, Big Mike's a dude. What? So what? Right? So what? They lied to us all that time. Is complete BS. And who's that woman that said, "Oh, everyone knows uh, she's a transgender." All right. Who was that said that? And then she died a few days later. All right. So you can't speak about some of this stuff. I've had Joan Rivers. Thank you, Savvy. You savvy. And Chad, good job. All right. Everybody's hitting it. All right. Help Mike think. All right. So sometimes I need it. Even though I take some good stuff and it's supposed to help my brain, but sometimes my brain goes, nah, you're on your own on this one. So, okay. See if I get some help from my friends. So it's very funny because these people think it's funny. I'm like, you think it's funny? I think it's funny too. Wham! So that's the way I would do that. But anyway, I wouldn't hit a woman. No, ever, never. But maybe some man that's related to her is like, I'm gonna punch him, and that's about you. All right? No, I wouldn't even do that because I'm a love guy. I'm the love guy, right? So it's all about love, right? So I get by with a little help from my friends. That's right, Georgie girl. So, yep, and we all do. Working together. The reason why a lot of people have had success is because people have backed them. And one of those people that's had success is Louis Herms, because people have backed him. And we would like to see Louis as the governor of California. And I don't know why, but Louis would like to be the governor of California. I'm like, do you remember that? That scene where the guy that's like hunting all the treasures, he's in a snake pit, and it's in like the tomb, what is it, Lost Tomb or something like that?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, Raiders of the Lost Ark or whatever. Yeah. So he's like he's in the Egyptian thing, and he like gets locked down in the tomb, and all these snakes are coming up. He says, I hate snakes. And I'm like, that's going to be like Lewis. he's going to be in the den of the vipers. And because even though you're a good guy and you're going to change things, it's going to take time, just like, Trump takes time.
Yeah.
It's going to be a den of vipers, because not everybody's going to get changed out. So you get one good person in there, and all the vipers are going to come at you. So how do you feel about that?
Well, frankly, they're already coming at me. I mean, if you, I'm the number one rated person on the hit list for the Southern Poverty Law Center, right?
Yeah.
Facebook has already admitted that their employees are taking me off of polls. I'm going to have a post today. Grok literally laid it out. I was surprised. I had them evaluate my campaign and what's going on. And they're like, well, because you can't get on Wikipedia, and the news media says that they won't push you forward unless you're on Wikipedia. You're kind of in a catch-22. I'm like, yeah, duh, right? And this is how it's been completely. And even Grok is like, you are highly suppressed. This is unprecedented. People from the Kennedy campaign said that this is worse than their campaign.
Wow.
This is what we're dealing with, and it's only for three reasons, in my opinion. One is I'm telling the truth. That's off limits, right? Two is I believe we have the system and the courage to get it done. And three, God forbid, I'm always asking people to stand up and make a difference. So for that reason, we are highly, highly attacked. And I can tell you, we're on our third PR team, third marketing team, and these new ones are all saying, at least the new ones, instead of saying, they throw up their hands to go, I've never seen anything like this, I can't do anything. They're like, I've never seen anything like this, but we're going to work harder and we're going to fight harder to make sure that you get out there. So that's the beautiful thing about the teams that we're working with now. But this is what we're dealing with, and this is unprecedented. It's actually, even Trump team would admit, this is more than what President Trump went through. And here's why. Because he was a celebrity and he was going to get the social media accolades anyways, the news media had to cover him because he was a celebrity. They couldn't bypass that, because even the normies that are watching this stuff would say something's wrong. So the goal here is two-phase. Number one, they want to pretend like I don't even exist. So we've had attorneys write letters and contact the news media and say, why aren't you putting us on the stage? We're the number one ranked independent out there. By the way, that's 30% of the population is non-Democrat and non-Republican. We are the number one ranked. 24% is Republican. We should be on every single debate stage. That's a no-brainer, right? Yeah. On the independent polls, we've always been number one. So from the beginning, almost a couple months after my announcement, because our policies are resonating with people. So think of the math of this. And I say the math don't math. 30% of the electorate are non-Democrat, non-Republican. I'm the number one rank, yet the news media refuses to recognize me for several reasons. One is they say, well, you're not on Wikipedia. Well, sorry, Wikipedia banned one of my assistants, and they refused to let us go through that final hoop. We're standing by for 6 months now. That final hoop, they will not respond, which would automatically put us on Wikipedia. So there's the game. And even Grok admits the game. They're like, yep, that's the game, right? So we're dealing with that. So we go, okay, news media, what's it going to take? They said, well, you have to be polling. Fantastic. Include us in a poll. Well, we can't. So we're not polling because we're not being polled, right? Although we know we're doing phenomenal because we have people coming out of the woodworks supporting us right now. So this is amazing, and it's unprecedented. This alone, this story that I just said right now, if we had a real news media, and if we had real podcasters like yourself and real social media people that are not controlled by the fake conservatives, this is going to piss a lot of people off when they find out that 80% of the podcasters that they follow that are conservative are actually paid. They're paid by fake conservatives.
Yep.
organizations and to completely control the narrative, right? So this is on purpose because they want to create that division, left versus right. They always try to keep it balanced about 50-50. So this is what we're dealing with right now. So this story alone should have been told all over the place. It has nothing to do with me.
Yeah.
It's just that you have the top nonpartisan person that's destroying others in debate is being completely ghosted. That should be social media fodder, but it's not. And that's why people will find out we have a whole fake news out there that is on social media. These are the same people that completely ignore the Tina Peters story.
Mhm.
Let's see how many of them talked about Tina Peters today that it looks like she's going to get out June 1st, right? They ignore election. They ignore election fraud, and they ignore the poisoning in our foods. This is the same group that people still attach themselves to, and they have millions and millions of followers. People
Yep.
do not understand the psyop we're in, Mike, and I'm just blown away. And then, but yet you and I go speak in Sarasota or Tampa, Florida, and we get poisoned for it.
Yeah.
It's madness. It is just madness what we're dealing with. But we're fighting the good fight. We're fighting through, and we have so many really cool commercials that we filmed in the last week.
Oh, good.
That we just need to get funding for them. But other than that, that's how we're going to push our way through this, because we did find a loophole. According to the Supreme Court, they made a decision that it doesn't matter who the candidate is, you have to give them time if they're willing to pay for advertising. So that's although another game, X took 9 months to approve us for advertising, and it took my guy having an insider to get it done.
Oh.
Facebook has never approved us for advertising. Their game is they said, we'll send you a letter, you give us the 6 digits or whatever it is on the letter, and you're approved. They never send the letter. People don't understand. This is the game. It is a massive game, because a person like myself or you or anybody like us in office, we are tearing down the system. We're breaking through the zeitgeist. That's why you saw something I did called California, it's the Devil's Lair, when I was in Vegas for a presentation. This is the type of things we're going through. It's a controlled mechanism that I think even the conspiracy theorists, the tinfoil hat wearers, the people like me that have been exposing things for many years, when they see the depths and the darkness that is behind this, wow, they are going to be blown away how deep it is. And I think a lot of people have attached themselves to certain conservative podcasters and social media accounts. I believe they're going to have heartache when this is all said and done.
Oh, crazy. So, I looked at, we're talking about, being truthers and putting out information. And first thing I did, of course, put out Tina Peters is going to get freed on June 1st. That's cool. You said that. But I look at my information, I can say Michael Jacob Truther and AI search. And they come up with fringe, conspiracy theorists, alternative spirituality communities, all kind of stuff. And it's like, well, does he have an impact on people? And they won't even go there. They won't even go that, we are having an impact on people because they want to hide that.
Yeah, and I've extracted that information from Grok after several questions and backing Grok up into a corner, and it said, yes, in fringe groups. You know what I mean? Which is crazy, because I can tell you, well, I'm on the road, and rarely do I have a so-called fringe group come up to me. And, we've had people were in a drive-through and 25-year-old Hispanic, or she's in a drive-through. It's in the restaurant. She gets out of her car and says, Lewis Herms, where are you? I'm like, I'm over here. She goes, I'm voting for you, right? That's awesome. The same day we were traveling and we're just filling up a gas. I believe it was the Inland Empire, which is outside of Riverside, and a 25-ish guy, Hispanic guy, came up his car. He stayed in his car at first, and he goes, "Are you Lewis?" He goes, "Yes." He goes, "I thought so. I'm voting for you. I listen to you all the time." In fact, he said he heard me on Jaco and Nino. And I guess some of your stuff goes through Apple Podcasts or one of those things. I don't know how, because he said he was listening.
Spotify, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Spotify. He said he was listening through there on the radio. And I'm like, that's fantastic. And and he's 25-year-old Hispanic guy, conservative, right? And he's already a manager at a machine shop, and he has 2 children.
Wow.
This is the demographic. This is not a Democrat, Republican thing. Throw the parties out, guys. You're being completely psyoped. The parties are to control you. Get away from that. This is about we the people and only we the people under God. That's it. It's so easy. And if it's simple, I always say it's God work. If it's messy, it's something going on. And that's exactly what's going on. Everything's intentionally messy, right? Yeah. Because if they can keep us trying to figure things out and scattered and not resonating with our pineal gland or our pituitary system and just in taking the information in properly, we're lost. And and the fringe is the truly awake, because I believe you have the truly awake, which is a very small percentage. You have a large group that considers themselves very awake, right? Which is most of our audiences. And then you have another group, they say they're awake, but they don't have an effing clue. Like my wife says, they're probably election awake, but they're not adrenochrome awake. And then you have this whole section of sleepers in the middle, right? And then all the way on one side, you have the people that have actually no clue whatsoever, and they'll be just happy to keep watching, I don't know, moms with white hats in the neighborhood, whatever the new fancy reality show is, right? It's crazy, but we're making a huge difference. And I was asked to do this by God, and I know the people think that's really weird. It's fine. I'm just telling you the truth. And what happened is I actually asked, so what's this going to look like? I really wasn't interested in running for politics. In fact, they've already called me the anti-politician. And he says, you're going to educate and you're going to disrupt and you're going to make a huge difference. And I hope I'm doing minimum that. But I think we have a real chance at this thing.
Well, there's Spencer Pratt is running for mayor of LA. And I see a similarity between he and you. So what are your thoughts on it? Does he have a shot?
Oh, I think he does have a shot for sure.
I think so.
I'm a little concerned, if I'm going to be very honest.
Yeah.
Anybody that's getting as much mainstream news media play as he is,
right,
is a concern. Because I know the way the game is played, and I know the way this works.
Mm-hmm.
That is a concern, but I think he has a real shot. He's polling really, but they're polling him. See, they don't even poll me, so how would we know, right? But they absolutely poll him.
Yeah, they televise his debates.
And they televise his debates, right? They won't televise my debates. By the way, so I debated Bianco and Hilton 5 times.
Wow.
Nobody knows that, because the only 5 debates that were not promoted by any news organization or by Bianco and Hilton's team were the same 5 debates that I was on stage with them.
Because you crushed them, right?
Yeah, but it didn't matter, because they could have promoted it beforehand and then afterwards decided not to. So they must have had a concern even at the beginning. But after the first one, I think they figured out, something's up. And I mean, I think it's fun. Like Vem Miller, I said something on some podcast a couple of days ago. They said it's like when Lewis debates everybody else, it's like Mike Tyson against a bunch of children. So I thought that was cool, but that tells you the dichotomy, because I understand the information. I've dove in the information, and the solutions were created through my heart and my hard sweat work. It's not like somebody handed me a solution and said, now just talk about this. Mm-hmm. We actually want to make a difference. So I know that's a really weird concept for some people.
Yeah. And that debate that I watched where Lara Logan was narrating it, you did exceptionally well. You're a crowd favorite, and against all, there
That
was a
was the
huge
first.
audience.
Yeah, that was the first one.
Yeah,
And then, do you remember how Hilton performed on the child trafficking question? He was embarrassed.
yeah,
And then within 2 weeks, he's standing on the corner of Figueroa with
yep,
a podium saying he has all the answers.
exactly.
Wow.
Because he saw that that was a big win for you, and so that's one of the things you're gonna, you face when you bring out all your points. You have you have a point to like completely turn California around, and
Right.
it absolutely makes sense. And anyone that has two brain cells that rub together can figure this is doable. I mean, you've lined it out quite well. It's like
Yeah.
they they don't want that because there's so much fraud there. Now, Spencer Pratt, he had his home burned down in the Palisades fire. So I'm sure he's pretty pissed about that. He's living in a trailer on his lot. So it's like, and they're constantly giving him, they are trying to like discredit him because they
They
said he
are.
was living in a luxury hotels, but he's like, no, we go there to get cleaned up and then we go back and we're back in our trailer. And yeah, I remember days like that where I was living in the woods in a tent and we would go and get cleaned up in a hotel and then go back again. But there's, a lot to be said about, what you're doing as, like God, gave you direction, go forth and, educate everyone. So, I mean, you gave a great presentation at the bond fraud in LA. That presentation was over the top. You basically you brought names of
Yeah.
where the corruption, where the like the demonic side of California is taking over, and you basically just laid it all out.
Well, it's factual too, right?
Yeah,
So I named it the Devil's Lair, and really what it comes down to is you have I call them the California cabal. So you've got the Browns, the Newsoms, the Pelosi's, and the Gettys that have been running things for really almost 80 years if you really dive deep into it.
hmm
And then you have this one mystery man, right? That there it is. Thank you. That people talk about. So it's fascinating because if you just look at the history of this, and I did write some notes here just in case you asked about it. So let me put it here. So it started with, let's just go with the Browns. So you had Pat Brown, who was governor in the 60s, and he kind of laid the groundwork for the modern welfare warfare state in California. His son, Jerry Brown, people are probably more familiar with, right? He served as governor twice, once in the 70s, and then it skips forward and all the way in the 2010s, which is really weird if you ask
yeah,
me.
that was weird.
Right. So, and they pushed everything from the high speed rail to, climate agendas, things like that. But the Browns really didn't just hold office. They started anointing the next generation.
Yep.
Right. So I call them the original dynasty, and they're the architect. Really, Pat Brown was the architect. He's the patriarch.
Hmm.
And he became governor himself in the late 50s, 59, I believe it was. And then what happened is, with massive help from William Newsom, right? That's Gavin's grandfather, a real estate developer, right? Then Pat built the modern California machine, right? So it's a massive infrastructure. You got water projects, highways, the Golden State expansion. All of this stuff were funded through insiders, right? And then Jerry Brown was like the ultimate shapeshifter. He was in trouble. He did this. He did this. He became whatever the public eye needed him to be. And that's what happened. So they kept building and building and building this. So the Browns appointed the next generation, right? So he personally tapped Bill Newsom. Again, that's Gavin's dad,
Mhm.
for 2 judgeships in the 70s, right?
Mhm.
And then Pat's daughter Kathleen, she even ran for governor herself. But this is all the way it goes. It's not just family politics, right? But they laid the foundation for everything. So Gavin Newsom comes in. We're all familiar with him, right? He's our current governor, if you want to call him that. And he's a poster boy for the machine. So his father, Bill Newsom, like I said, was a judge that was handpicked by Jerry Brown. What happened though? They're deep into the oil game. real
Mhm.
estate, philanthropy. They always hide before these philanthropic groups. They hide behind them. That's the game. It's been going on for a long time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. The Clinton Foundation is a great example of that, right? So it's all influence peddling. So Gavin's story he tells publicly is kind of, he rose from nowhere, almost like he was like me. I was truly a latchkey kid, and he pretends to be that, right? But he was groomed from the beginning, right? He was
Oh, yeah.
fast tracked through the same network, right? That owns half of all the Bay Area's power brokers. That's what it is. But the Newsoms kind of are the glue that's been holding this whole web together. Even Grandpa Newsom was Pat Brown's campaign guy, right, in San Francisco, right? He survived the 1906 quake, and then suddenly everybody got rich off of that, right? Go figure, right? So it goes on and on and on. They went to a St. Ignatius prep school together. Interesting, the Browns and the Gettys, right? So that's
Mm.
Gordon and Paul Jr. So now the Gettys enter it, right? And it's all commingling. So they used Bill Newsom was the trust manager for the Getty Empire. He literally carried the $3 million ransom suitcase. Do you remember that the ransom had to be paid?
Right.
He
The
carried
one
it
his
to
grandsons,
Italy.
yeah, Getty.
Yes,
Mhm.
exactly. He carried it to Italy during the 70s, right? So they're all
Wow.
interconnected. It's
So
crazy.
why, California with obviously the Getty, oil empire, one of the richest men in the world is in that time, wrote the book How to Be Rich. I read that book. It's a great book. But why is California like pushing the oil away? Is it kind of like what you're talking about? They get on some kind of, you know, we're the good guys who want to make the environmental thing, and they run that and they run that and they run that and they just like destroy, California's oil industry and shut down all of the refineries and everything. And California gas is most expensive in the nation now.
So
Imagine
here's
that.
no, it's a great question. Here's my take on it. Is I've been studying, she's 30 years, the way these oil companies work. So I'll give you an example. When something happens in regards to the Middle East, obviously the price per barrel of oil is affected, right? Negatively or positively, depend on what's going on. What happens is today oil will spike due to a problem in the Middle East, right? Tomorrow our gas prices go up dramatically, and then that problem is resolved 3 weeks later, and the oil goes back down to where it was, and then it takes another 2 weeks, not 1 day, for the oil companies to revise their prices, right? So they're scamming us in the meantime. And then when they started introducing fees, fines, regulations, and taxes, especially in California in regards to oil, it's even worse. Let's say there's $2 of taxes on oil, and $2 of taxes and fees and regulations, so on and so forth. Then instead of just charging us $2 extra, they'll charge $3 extra. So, but they'll blame it out loud. They're in cahoots. They'll blame it on the establishment that they're affecting us because of the regulations and so on and so forth. So you have to pay more. But what they're not telling you is they're getting an extra dollar per se on top of it in profit, because they use, remember, never let a crisis go to waste. That's the way the oil companies work. So fast forward to today, the lovely Newsom has driven out major oil companies here.
Yep.
But also, in addition, California is the only, I believe, the only one that gets oil from the Middle East through the Strait of Hormuz. We just got our last tanker of oil from the Middle East, just arrived yesterday.
Wow.
So you can imagine what's going to happen in the state of California, because there's nothing coming out there. So you drive all these oil companies out, right? And then you get your last one through them. But what's probably going on, and this is only speculation, this is not fact. What's probably going on is whatever oil companies are left right now are directly in cahoots with the Newsom administration would be my guess, because this is an opportunity for them to make a big, huge bundle, because our gas will probably go up to $9 to $10 a gallon if President Trump, and he's trying to get involved right now to help California,
Yeah.
but you know how this works, right? So
It's a slow process, and they're this like slowly they go to turn on the oil spigots after President Trump said, "Turn that oil on out there in the ocean." So
exactly.
they're like,
And he's trying to
"Hey, we'll do that."
exactly same with the water, right? So it's a game. So
Yep.
I would bet, and I just don't have time to dig into it, but I would bet that there's probably one or two refineries or existing oil companies that are probably in cahoots with the Newsom administration. And what better way to pay your cronies and pocket as much money as you can is drive out the oil companies that you're not in cahoots with, create a bigger crisis than should ever existed in the first place. All the gas goes through the roof, and the bad people make all the money. That's likely what is happening right now.
Yeah. Well, that's pretty much what a fascist system does. They basically take the industries that they want to support and they destroy the other ones. And then there's just a few left, and they're supported by the government. We saw that in Nazi Germany. Of course, they call President Trump a Nazi, but we know they are. So it's very frustrating.
Well, I'm a racist. That's what they say.
Right.
So
yeah, that's why the Southern law firm or whatever is chasing you down and trying to destroy you.
Yeah,
but they're losing their money too. So once they lose their money, they can't put up any protest against you and pay for them.
Yes and no. So here's the thing: SPLC has a known bank account of $500 million. Right. That's housed in the United States. It's speculative that they could have 1 billion to 1.2 billion that is hidden around the world in other accounts. So, and what I've been finding, and this is one of my biggest concerns before with crypto, what I've been finding is a lot of these NGOs and large corporations now have buried assets in cryptocurrency, which really is going to pose a problem for us if that's the truth.
Wow. So your website, they've done a really good job on their website. And let me pull it up while we're talking. So you've gone through some changes like you talked about. You have some incredible people that are involved with you now, and we're getting down to the wire. When is the election the election again?
Primary is June 2nd.
June 2nd?
June 2nd. And that primary is by far in every election the most important election. We've been completely brainwashed to think the general election is the most important. Let me lay it out real quick why the primary is by far the most important. So on average, you'll have 30% of people come out to a primary and vote. You have 70% or more come out in the general election to vote, depending on who the candidates are. Everybody focuses on the general election, obviously, when you get 2 to 3 times more people voting in the general election. Why is that the psyop? Because the baddies spend all their energy, their time, their sweat getting a Republican in name only through the primary. So they know they have the Democrat compromised already. They get this fake Republican in there. So now you have 2 choices. It's the illusion of choice. Plato talked about this is the way you would be able to control society. Machiavelli literally used this technique to control society. So now you have the illusion of choice, and the constituents, there's so much passion, right, in the people for the general election. Sorry, guys, you already have two bads. You're literally looking at 2 evils. One is just dressed up different than another one. You must come out for the primaries. If you don't come out for the primaries, you're literally playing the game that the cabal wants you to play.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it should be a no-brainer. You're talking about eliminating taxes. It's like you can do that. You've shown how you can do that.
Yeah, we can absolutely do that.
It should be like everybody should. I would be like, if I lived in California, I'm like, I don't care what everybody else says. I'm voting for you. But you have all these other things that you're doing as well that, should make everybody, stand up and look. But your information is just not getting out there.
Well, and that's what it is. So we've been kind of checking out all the people that are coming up to us that don't know us. After a 5 to 10 minute conversation with my team, Mr. Jaco, not even me, there's about an 80% conversion rate. Can you imagine that? That's huge.
Insane.
It's astronomical.
I've never heard anyone have that.
I know. I've gone places where people are voting for Bianco and Hilton. Excuse me. And next thing you know, they're like, okay, after hearing you speak, I get it. You got my vote. Right. And we might even put a fun little video together in regards to that. So, and this is not about Lewis. I'm just really good at articulating the information and finding the solution, right? The reality is this is about common sense of how to run any government, because the reality is if we just focus on the way the founding fathers set it up, and we are held accountable by we the people, it's actually really easy to run a government. When your goal is to do the best for the people, when your goal is to pretend you're doing the best for the people while you're stealing money and stabbing them in their back, it's actually harder to run that, because you have to manipulate and you have to play all these games and fake it. So the message and the solutions really resonate with the people, and I'm talking Democrats and Republicans alike. Because the reality is we've done the testing, and somewhere around 85% of all issues the Democrats and Republicans actually agree on. But people are shocked. They're like, that's impossible. And then I lay out the 85%. They're like, well, that's true. And the 15% that they don't agree upon, that's the only 15% that's talked about in the news media. Go figure. Divide, conquer. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. So your donations, how the donations going? What do you need for going forward?
Well, we go on tour again starting tomorrow morning, and we'll go non-stop, and then I hope to see you at our party on June 2nd, where we're holding, which is going to be fun, but it's going to be amazing. So I think we have about, you may see it online, I don't know, we have probably 11, 12 stops already solid in stone. The first one is going to be Sunday. We're going to do Trump's calling for a national prayer day in DC. We're going to do one at the Sacramento Capitol.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So we're going to be there. So come join us for that. Just go to hermsforcali.com and you can see all the events on there. You just click on them. You'll have the details. Everything we do is for free, right? But you know what? We do need gas money. So that would definitely help. And we have a massive advertising campaign. And this may sound like a big number, but I can tell you, if we had $750,000, we would be able to reach just about everybody in the last 2 weeks. And then we know the cabal would not be able to hold us back.
Wow. That's impressive.
Yeah,
and,
we've got
a lot of these guys are like millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I can tell you, Hilton actually told me this. I have a text message from him. One of the reasons why he did not get a statement on the election booklet that comes out, it's because he said he wants to spend more than their maximum, which is a little under $12 million. So literally they'll do everything to buy their way into this. It will blow you away, the tactics that are used. I had a top candidate tell me on the phone, Lewis, you are the guy I would be most concerned about, but I've got the news media and a big endorsement. I won't say his name because it was a private conversation. I'll say it in private, and he goes, so I'm not worried about you. Think about that. This is a top candidate. He said, you're my biggest concern, but because I have all the news media and this one big endorsement coming, it didn't happen at the time. He said, I'm not worried about you.
Wow.
Think about that. That's the type of stuff that we're dealing with. The arrogance of these people, because they know they have it. They think they have it all sealed up. They couldn't handle a candidate. By the way, this is again not about Lewis. This is about, and I'm going to help create a model for everybody moving forward in every single state and local race, how we, the people guy, can make a massive impact. And I'll be going as far to create a media apparatus that can be used by them to completely bypass this cultish media, fake podcasters and fake conservative social media people. So this is going to be amazing. Amazing. Hey, how did she know it would cost $500 to fill up the bus? She's right. That's exactly right.
Maybe you've said it somewhere.
I might
So
have.
it costs a lot to run a campaign, but you're doing it as low budget as possible. And I know because I've seen you move around the states, but you do a really good job. You have great audiences. Everybody gets a lot out of it, a lot of fun. It's just too bad it's not going more widespread and more mainstream, because you have those people that like you talked about, or think they're going to be selected, and everybody's just going with them. They just kind of just turn their back on you. But we the people can make a difference.
My wife is very in tune, and she didn't know before this run that there were more than 2 or 3 people running in any one given election cycle. When she found out there was 135 at one time running for governor, and then
Oh, wow.
on the ballot there's over 60, she's like, and she was not mad at that. She's mad that the news media selects the people for you. Like, that's how arrogant they are. And this is why I keep calling out the social media control freaks also, because they just select their two, and they're like, here they are. It's almost, it's Cal Matters came out and so arrogantly said, here's your 6 candidates that are running. And we're like, wait a second, what's going on right now? Right? So just a complete utter lie. I don't know how these people get away with this.
Wow. Because they get away with it. No one holds them accountable. And that's another thing that we need to work on going forward. Then I think you're
Make
going to.
pitchforks great again.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it's going to be exciting going forward, getting down to the wire. So what happens after June 2nd? You get enough votes and you move forward. What happens?
Yeah, so we only need to come within second place, right? Which I'm guessing, based on the way things are diluted, that's going to be somewhere between probably 700,000 and 1 million votes, right? Based on the turnout, which we don't know what the turnout's going to be. We're really pushing for a big turnout, and we're engaging non-voters. And what I mean is somebody that's actually legally can vote but haven't voted in the last election. That's who we're also engaging. So we're doing a great job here. We do not know our impact, though, because nobody wants to poll us. And because remember, if they poll us, then they have to put us on the debate stage, and that's the last thing they want. So it's a massive cabal. It's completely controlled. But let's see. We get in that second spot or first spot, then we feel very confident at what's going to happen, because now the media cannot avoid you when you're in those top 2 spots. Like when Trump broke through, they couldn't avoid him anymore. They would bash him, they'd call him names, they'd make up stuff, Russia, whatever it was, but they could not avoid him any longer. And that's where we hope to be.
Very good. Very good. All right. So after this show, I'm going to donate once again, because I know you need the money, and I hope that everybody else will be joining me in donating to you, because obviously, it can make a difference. Like Lewis said, if they could just have under $1 million in advertising, they'll win.
About $710,000.
Wow. So, all right, I know there's some billionaires out there that could benefit from this, because the billionaires had to run from California.
Yeah,
they're going to tax them.
Yeah, I would think, and there's PACs that support us. You would think, well, they don't support us, but a PAC, will run advertising, and which would benefit us, because at least we'd get the exposure. So what's interesting, though, about this is with the policies that we have, these billionaires would do so amazing because the economy is going to just
Right.
absolutely explode, and we're gonna deregulate a lot of stuff. I would be the no-brainer for them. Very curious why they haven't reached out, because
I
just
know.
the money that they could push through to support our campaign alone we would be number one, no problem, right? Because the
What they're
message is
spending to move their businesses to other states like Texas and Tennessee
it's
is
absolutely
tremendous.
crazy.
And there's
You know,
almost
I think
all the billionaires, because I guess it was like a date when they passed a law, and there was a date in the not so long ago where if they're still in California, they're going to get just like slaughtered in taxes, and they all moved. So
yeah,
you would think they would like
yeah.
throw something your way. God, what the
You would
heck?
think, and one of the challenges could be, and I'm still okay with this, is I've said out loud, I said, if any big donors come in, or if some super PACs created, or whatever they do, right, and it's benefiting me, I'm still not going to do what you're asking me to do. I'm only going to do what's right for the people. If it happens to benefit a large corporation because the way things are laid out and the economy is robust, and we're deregulating a lot of stuff, fantastic. But a lot of these billionaires have this arrogance of control about them
Yeah.
too. Like, if we're going to do this, it's a quid pro quo. I will not go down that road. Like, I want to meet with Elon. I can show
I know. I
Elon
was about
how
to say that. I can't believe Elon hasn't reached
it
out to
doesn't
you,
make any sense. Elon, for what I'm going to do
because
in
he's backed
California,
other people like you in
right?
other states,
What I'm doing
and
in
dumped
California,
like 10 million in one state. I remember he was backing one guy.
and it's a no-brainer. If I could sit down with Elon, when he sees what I have laid out for this state, it would be an absolute no-brainer. And I would say, but I'm going to do it my way. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
I'll take
But it,
advisors, but
but it
it's
would like
always
benefit the state if Elon came back massively,
hugely.
and all these other billionaires came back. They're like, "Oh, you got Elon on your side? Okay, we're going to back you too." So if you just got one of those big wig donors,
Mhm.
it would completely turn around overnight.
Yeah. I even have a recommendation for Elon's company that would make him a fortune and help we the people out tremendously. I don't want any money for it, right?
Yeah,
It'll make him billions, and the people would just be hugely benefiting from this idea that I have. Um, but we can't get past as gatekeepers. We've tried.
right. So that boring company that he had, that that was really suppressed, and that could have been amazing for California. They had that, and you know why? Because they were trying to do that bullet train to nowhere,
Right.
that just sucking money and put it into people's pockets that didn't belong in. Nancy Pelosi and many others, probably Newsom himself, but there there's there's better ideas out there, and you're not going to get any of that if you don't get elected. It's gonna continue to go downhill. California's dead
Yep.
without you. Without
I
you.
agree, and I think it's sad, but
Yeah.
I agree. There's nobody that is running close to the top that I feel will be a trusted advocate for the people. And that's
Yeah.
just honest. I'm not trying to build or pull them down. I'm just saying this is why I jumped in the race. Blew me away.
Yeah.
And I said, God, what am I going to do here? I thought for sure it's going to, do another documentary, tour the state, and it was, no, you're running for governor. I'm like, what?
Well, it's been a pleasure watching you run, because we've been friends for a while, and I've seen you do amazing things, and I was like, wow, he could really win being governor, because I've seen you do amazing things. You just like from nothing. And here you are running for governor with nothing. And it's amazing. And where you're at, you really would win if they gave you any kind of, uh, in the press. They gave you anything in the press, the mainstream media. Even unfortunately, it's probably not going to happen. But I agree with you. If somebody's getting a lot of attention, something's probably wrong.
Yep. So let's see. We're
Yeah.
going to break through here. We feel really good about it. These commercials are pretty epic that we're going to be releasing here and there. It's going to be fun. And anybody knows Elon or a billionaire, have them sit down for an hour lunch on me. I'll pay for it.
That's
Have
generous
them,
of you.
yeah,
If
have
you need
them
a little
sit
help,
down.
I'll help you out. I'll donate a little bit more.
Thank you. So have them sit down for an hour lunch or dinner. You know what I mean? And I think they would be blown away when I kind of give lay the inside of the plan of
Mhm.
what we have. It will benefit the people to a way where everybody involved is going to prosper. It's going to be amazing.
Yeah. That's great. God, I hope you win. Jeez.
We're
Let's start
working
praying
on
for
it.
you. Praying for you. Donating, and many times you want to come on and do the show. It's great. We get it out there. But yeah, it does at some point. It probably is going to get some traction, and then it's going to blow up. It happens that way.
Yep.
Grassroots movements are amazing. So
And it's like it feels like a balloon right now. It's expanding and expanding, but we're still pressurized. We're held in. But
mhm.
and I think the baddies know this. When it pops, there's no holding it back, right? Because the message is just so clean and honest. So that's a concern for them.
Yeah, good. And yeah, you gain another follower on X, and
Cool.
go tell somebody. And when they, follow, have them tell somebody. So that's the way this works. This is the way we win. It's the only way we win because they're against us. And until we, motivate each other and rise up and help each other out, then we're going to continue to get hammered by them. Right. So,
It is. We the people are the plan. I've been saying it for years, and it is. It is we the people. Let's stop waiting for anybody to save us, and let's
yes,
save ourselves.
absolutely. All right, my brother. It's been great having you on. I'm so excited for you. Things are looking up. It's starting to click in the right direction. We'll see what happens on June 2nd, but you have all those events that are coming up. We'll see how many people show up, and that's going to help the momentum. If you have a lot of people showing up for these events and telling people, that could put you over very easily.
Yep, I agree. All right, my brother. Thank you. Appreciate you. Say hi to your
Appreciate
lovely
you.
wife.
All right. Well, thanks a lot.
Bye bye.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, New World Order advocates were building data centers across the US and world to control and kill millions. The mark of the beast was already decreed in the UK. What was believed to be a cloned King Charles recently announced, my ministers will proceed with the introduction of digital ID. Julian Assange explained the silent manipulation of digital history, warning that centralized internet archives now possess the power to erase, alter and control humanity's collective memory in ways most people never imagined possible. This Illuminati deep state's control over our memory, money, lives and future has been going on for a very long time using their adept knowledge and application of mind control techniques through homage to Satan. In 1994, 160 nations agreed to reduce the world population to 800 million by 2030, the goal of the Illuminati deep state cabal global elites in their New World Order plan to rule over all of the people. They would do it through mind control. Cuba was a prime example of how to control a population. Top Democrats like Obama, Nancy Pelosi, Barbara Lee of California, Ilhan Omar, Jonathan Jackson of Illinois and Congresswoman Dewa Pramila, chair of Congressional Progressive Caucus, have visited Cuba many times to meet with Fidel Castro and learn how to implement communism into the U.S. Declassified CIA documents have revealed a covert psychological warfare program present in the U.S. since at least the end of World War II. It was designed to drug entire populations using food. This was the authentic MKUltra exposed in full, with the battle for control over human minds raging from years past straight into 2026. And most had no idea of its negative influence on society yet because we have been mind-controlled by a paid-off mainstream media that no longer had a clue, nor meaning of a free press. Yet behind the scenes, we were experiencing the greatest transfer of wealth and greatest military sting in the history of the world. President Trump had already returned America to concepts of the original Constitution in a restored republic based on common law. China, too, had been under control of the UK deep state. With Trump's visit and a global currency reset giving them sovereignty to their own monies, China just declared themselves separated from the UK, Vatican and now defunct US Incorporated. We the people were no longer the cabal's debt machine. Soon temporary martial law would rule across every nation. You were advised to secure food, cash and essentials for 10 to 12 days of a possible worldwide lockdown and communication blackout while Trump's global military alliance finished making mass arrests across the world. Trust the plan, God's plan. This was a new beginning. After 10 to 12 days of communication darkness, the world would never be the same. There would be a new republic, economy, and legal, health, political, and education systems. Overnight Thursday, May 15, 2026, President Trump pulled the trigger as he posted this bombshell: "Arrest Obama the traitor." The question for Trump's global military alliance was, where was Obama? Here. There. Everywhere. In hiding. In Canada. In Ukraine. In the ground at Gitmo. In his mansion basement listening to conversations in the Oval Office. Very confusing. Yesterday, Thursday 15, I posted that it had been confirmed directly from Gitmo records that in February 2026 Obama had undergone a military tribunal, was convicted of treason and hanged, among many other deep state elites. Evidently the former president had been convicted of orchestrating unconstitutional surveillance on the Trump campaign, with ties to anti-American forces that fueled domestic chaos and foreign interference. Very confusing, considering he had gone through a military tribunal. At the same time, Baxter claimed that disgraced former President Barack Hussein Obama, aka Barry Soetoro, formally asked Prime Minister Mark Carney for political asylum in Canada, his latest stop in a global sojourn to find refuge from Trump's military and Department of Justice. Very confusing since the White Hats have fruitlessly hunted Obama since early 2021. Each time they thought they'd caught him, the target turned out to be a body double or clone. Of all the deep state prey White Hats have pursued, Obama has been the most elusive, an ethereal gossamer able to simultaneously appear at multiple places across the globe. As Obama shook hands with Carney in Toronto on May 8, he was also addressing a class of 2026 high school graduates at a Chicago high school. Perplexingly, legacy media never addressed how Obama concurrently surfaced in Chicago and Toronto. One of the two, or possibly both, was a clone or look-alike, according to a source at U.S. Army Cyber Command, RCyber, who told Real Raw News that the military's premier intelligence agency had intercepted a phone conversation between Carney and Prime Minister of Spain Pedro Sánchez Pérez Castejón on May 10, 2026. On the call, Carney told Pérez Castejón that Obama had approached him for help in evading dragnets cast by the U.S. military and Justice Department. He also told Pérez Castejón that, according to Obama, Trump's walls of injustice were closing around him and that, without aid, it was only a matter of time before Barack disappears or Barack dies of natural causes became headline news. Allegedly, Obama had already requested and received asylum and promises of non-extradition from 4 other countries, Poland, Ukraine, New Zealand, and Kenya, the latter his true birthplace. On Carney's call with Prime Minister Pérez Castejón, his voice was trembling with fear. He said he'd probably grant Obama asylum, but he was also wary what would happen if President Trump found out Canada's harboring a fugitive. He's elusive. He can't hide forever, our source said. RCyber is unsure whether Obama or his double/clone met with Carney. Clones are a facsimile of the real deal, and body imposters are well trained to mimic his appearance and mannerisms. The only way to know with 100% certainty is to examine his feet and genitals, or lack thereof. White Hats have exposed Hollywood actors masquerading as Obama at public events, including Star Trek Voyager actor Tim Russ. Back on April 25, 2023, Baxter wrote an article covering Obama's most famous body double, Tim Russ. Star Trek Voyager actor Tim Russ is Barack Obama body double. The dossier alleges that Russ has been obsessed with Obama since at least 2014. A then 57-year-old Russ petitioned his agent to secure an audition for South Side with You, a 2015 film, entirely fictitious. By the way, about a young, love-struck Obama wooing Michelle on a first date across Chicago. Told he was too old to play the part, Russ argued he could beat age through CGI and play a convincing Barack Hussein Obama. The CIA papers don't say why they need actors to imitate Obama, but clearly say they approached Tim Russ last year. They mention putting Russ through rigorous training so that even astute observers wouldn't be able to tell he wasn't Obama unless they were right up in his face. They taught him to walk, talk, and act like Obama, just like they taught actor Arthur Roberts to pretend to be Joseph Biden. Tim Ross is the new Hussein Obama, our source said. The CIA has a way of making the news very confusing. They appear to be experts at it, but Trump didn't appear confused at all. He hasn't allowed Obama in the White House since his inauguration. March 16, 2026. Obama denied access to White House, Trump, after Obama Foundation sends letter. The Honorable Barack Obama must speak with President Trump personally. By the way, after Trump took office, he had security do a complete remodel of the Oval Office, White House and other federal buildings after they found Obama had the White House completely wired. Gitmo records show the following: arrested and executed November 2025, Hillary Clinton, late 2025, James Comey, John Brennan, other intelligence operatives. December 2025, Anthony Fauci, early 2026, Bill Gates. February 2026, Barack Obama, Nancy Pelosi, Mitch McConnell. March 2026, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, George Soros, Boy George, George Clooney, George H.W. Bush, George W. Bush, Glenn Dubin. Ghislaine Maxwell arrested and serving life in prison. The above seemed hard to believe, until you dig into alternative news articles written around the time of the fraudulent 2020 election. Apparently for years the Democratic Party and some Republican political elites have been working in cooperation with the Chinese and other communist parties to overthrow the U.S. government and set up a new world order. Below was an article I wrote in December of 2020 exposing Obama, Biden and FBI Director Haspel activities and their suspected collusion with foreign powers including the Chinese Communist Party to overthrow the election. A2s. December 1, 2020 Obama, Biden, CIA Director Gina Haspel evidently arrested for espionage, voter fraud. Evidently former President Barack Obama has been arrested in Hawaii and charged with espionage according to an announcement by Assistant Attorney General for National Security, John C. Demers on Saturday, November 28, 2020. That same day Obama's former VP Joe Biden began wearing a boot that could hide an ankle bracelet, although he claimed the boot was due to an ankle injury. 2 weeks ago CIA Director Gina Haspel was captured and detained on charges of election fraud, and said to be spilling the beans on Obama and Biden. Obama, Biden and Haspel were suspected of colluding with foreign powers including the Chinese Communist Party, plus promoting the use of election fraud, to put the socialist-leaning and compromised Biden/Harris ticket in power, overtake the U.S. government and establish a new world order. Obama's complaint alleged that the former U.S. president compromised U.S. security by conspiring with a business partner and former CIA agent to give U.S. government classified information to high-up Chinese intelligence officials in the People's Republic of China, PRC. Biden was reported to be under house arrest for compromising U.S. security by conspiring with a foreign power to interfere with a U.S. election. Although, Biden was quite upfront about his voter fraud on national TV, saying right before the election that he had compiled the most extensive voter fraud organization in the history of politics. Biden's son Hunter's laptop was said to contain evidence that Biden was compromised, having accepted millions of dollars from China, the Ukraine and other countries during his years in public office, including his 8 years of serving as vice president in the U.S. A Sunday 22nd of November, 2020 report showed Joe Biden stole $140 million from U.S. Treasury and transferred it to his personal account in the Cayman Islands. The report shows Joe Biden stole $140 million from the U.S. Federal Treasury and transferred the dollar to Rosemont Seneca, purportedly for bank bailouts and then to his personal account in the Cayman Islands. On 7th of November, 2020, the Saturday after elections, CIA Director Gina Haspel was captured and detained for election fraud. She was injured by U.S. Spec Ops forces that raided a Frankfurt, Germany CIA server farm site. Unfortunately 5 U.S. soldiers and one of the CIA mercenaries were killed in the firefight. Haspel, evidently in Frankfurt to protect server data that would incriminate deep state leaders such as Obama and Biden, was said to be cooperating to lessen her own sentence and revealing information about an extensive voter fraud scam perpetrated by Democrats in the 2020 election. The military raid captured Dominion voting servers, which were found to have swung votes from Trump to Biden from their locations in Germany, Canada, and Spain. Simultaneous raids took place in Toronto, Dominion voting system headquarters, and Barcelona, Spain, another CIA site server farm used in the election vote switching fraud. Although you would never hear about it in today's mass media, The connections were obviously there. George Soros was head of the board of directors for Dominion. Since the November 3 election, a boatload of evidence has come forth around George Soros-owned, CIA-developed Dominion voting machines that tabulated the U.S. election results. The tabulation was done on easily compromised servers in Germany, Canada and Spain which were hooked up to the internet. The Dominion programs were said to be designed to throw millions of Trump votes to Biden. In 2002 to 2004 a Hammer supercomputer scorecard app vote-switching algorithm software on Dominion machines was borrowed from the CIA to be used in Venezuelan-developed Smartmatic vote-switching software by dictator Hugo Chavez and Venezuelan military officers in order to rig elections. On Saturday morning, November 28, 2020, Obama's criminal complaint was unsealed by Demers, U.S. Attorney for the District of Hawaii Kenji M. Price, Assistant Director of the FBI's Counterintelligence Division Alan E. Kohler Jr., and Special Agent in charge of the FBI's Honolulu Field Office Elias Miranda. A judge has imposed a media blackout in the U.S. on news about the arrest, but Canadian outlets like Conservative Beaver and a couple of Spanish-speaking newspapers were not subject to those rules and have reported on the high-profile arrest. Under direction of General Michael Flynn, mass arrests were continuing on over 209,000 sealed indictments filed in federal courts across the nation since President Trump took office. On Wednesday, 25 November, 2020, Flynn began executing high-level arrests overseas and was presently after pedophiles in the Netherlands, the New World Order and Council of Foreign Relations headquarters, where recently, a lot of planes have mysteriously crashed. Henry Kissinger and others have been ousted from the Council of Foreign Relations. Military rendition flights were all over the U.S. It was said that hundreds of treasonous actors were being extracted, put onto flights and interrogated until they turned, with an emphasis on finding evidence of voter fraud. These military flights were increasing in preparation for potential Antifa violence and RV release security. Apparently for years the Democratic Party and some Republican political elites have been working in cooperation with the Chinese and other communist parties to overthrow the U.S. government and set up a new world order. Trump and the White Hats of the alliance set up the 2020 presidential election as a sting to catch these bad guys in treason, with intelligence gathered by the Kraken. The Kraken was the nickname of the 305th Battalion Military Intelligence Corps located at Fort Huachuca, Arizona. It provided electronic warfare and signals intelligence, SIGINT. The 305th consisting of 6 companies, HHC, Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, and Echo. On Wednesday morning, November 4, 2020, right after the election, the Department of Defense, 305th Battalion and NSA began recording real-time fraud evidence of vote switching from all 6 battleground states, GA, PA, ME, Y, Oz, NV, in a blockchain tech ledger that was unhackable and undeletable. This real-time digital evidence would now be used to prosecute all deep staters involved in election and voter fraud, including Obama, Biden, and Haspel. Page 9 of Sidney Powell's federal lawsuits filed in Georgia and Michigan. Midnight Wednesday, 25 November, 2020, the Dominion software was accessed by agents acting on behalf of China and Iran in order to monitor and manipulate elections, including the most recent U.S. general election in 2020. On Tuesday, November 1, 2020, Lieutenant General McInerney tweeted, "It is treason. They are trying to overturn this government. See, what we thought we knew, but didn't really know and now are supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing." Years ago, Bill Gates quietly secured 24,000-plus acres in Buckeye, Arizona, desert land tied to a future AI-controlled smart city. Now, that same region is on fire. Not a small brush fire either. A fast-moving blaze is tearing through the area, forcing evacuations and locking everything down. And right as flames spread, insurance companies are already pulling wildfire coverage in those exact areas. Read that again. Land tied to a future smart city. Now burning. Coverage is disappearing at the same time. And people are starting to ask questions: why that exact location, why now, before any major development began, and why does it feel like the land is being cleared? Smart cities need blank slates, controlled zones, rebuild-ready land. And suddenly, nature does the demolition. Paradise. Maui. Pacific Palisades. Buckeye. At what point do people stop calling this a coincidence and start calling it a pattern? Land. Fire. Rebuild. Friday, May 15, 2026. The actor who ended up playing Joe Biden's body double for nearly 2 years will turn state's evidence to avoid jail time, according to sources close to the FBI's investigation. Benjamin Fulford on Telegram. The suspect was hired to stand in one place for 10 minutes, said a special agent. That's how it began. Before he knew it, the subject was sitting behind the Resolute desk and taking calls from foreign leaders. A birthday party impressionist ended up the leader of the free world, if only for a few minutes here and there. Dozens of West Wing staffers were complicit in pulling off the ruse. The whole building had to be in on it. Possible timing on Sunday, May 17, 2026, Starlink broadcasts via EBS. On Monday, May 18, 2026, Zim redemptions and Jazara funds available. On Tuesday, May 19, 2026, full quantum financial system goes live, locking down corruption forever. Debt jubilees frees humanity. On Wednesday, May 20, 2026, Trump declares republic restored. Global arrests of elites and pedophiles intensify under martial law as the new era of freedom and health dawns. On Friday, May 22, 2026, the gold/asset-backed currencies of 209 nations in the quantum financial system rebirths the old fiat global financial system. Trump unveils plans for total independence from globalists. Tuesday, May 26, 2026. The final sequence activates. 48-hour blackout countdown to Thursday 28th of May. Monday 1st of June or Wednesday 3rd of June, EBS override ready, EBS, blackout, martial law, lockdowns. Friday, May 15, 2026, a temporary period of martial law would be in effect worldwide to maintain peace and be a support to the people during a period of mass arrests of Satan-worshipping pedophile deep state elites who have done harm to the people. 10 days of darkness on Telegram. Saturday midnight, May 16, 2026 will be the beginning of a 10 to 12-day worldwide blackout where the Global Military Alliance and their Starlink satellite system will take over all internet, cell phones, TV, radio and communication devices across the globe. 7 trumpets will sound and then over a period of 3 days, President Trump will broadcast 7 different EBS messages to all cell phones worldwide. The messages will explain what is going on worldwide, mass arrests of the bad guys, plus the new and greatly improved financial, educational, healthcare and political systems installed worldwide after the worldwide blackout. Banks will close and 10 to 12 days later only a select few will reopen. They will have a different purpose of not holding your money, but will provide services only. Your now gold/asset-backed money was already mirrored onto the new global financial system and be placed in a personal wallet. After the 10 to 12 days of darkness you will be called into a redemption center near your home to set yourself up on your personal wallet that only you can access. If you are a citizen of a country where you no longer live, you will need to travel back to that country in order to set up your wallet and take charge of your money. This was a free service handled by the military. Inside your wallet has been placed gold/asset-backed monies owed you by the cabal, such as illegal interest you paid on loans and money they gained by trading your birth certificate on the stock market. This money varies depending on the country in which you are a citizen and live. During a 10 to 12-day transition period, ATMs, credit and debit cards won't work in order for everyone to switch over to the new global financial system. It is strongly advised to draw cash out of your bank right now to tide you over for the 10 to 12-day period. It is also advised to store food and essentials to provide for your family and neighbors during this transition period. The military will be handing out food and essentials for those not prepared. Be aware that there may be a time period where planes will be grounded and trains and buses won't be working in certain areas in order to protect people during mass arrests. Global currency reset. Thursday, May 14, 2026. Bruce, since Wednesday 13th of May and to Monday 18th of May bondholders and their paymasters were traveling, 3 jets per hour, to and from Reno for 22 out of 24 hours. Funds were in their accounts and they should have access to those funds the same time as Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group, gets their appointments. Iraq was set to bring out their new rate Friday or Saturday 15, May 16, 2026. On Thursday 14th of May Redemption Center leaders had a conference call that told them to get ready for Tier 4B appointments within 48 hours. That meant by Saturday 16th of May. A source said that everything kicks off this weekend and Tier 4B should be notified this weekend to set appointments, which could start immediately. Tuesday, May 12, 2026 midnight window opening, all systems go. Tier 4B redemption centers on standby. GCR and RV accelerate with gold-backed currencies in nations. Trump eliminates the Federal Reserve debt system, restoring prosperity with tariffs and new policies. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. Friday, May 15, 2026, the chairman of the privately owned Federal Reserve has resigned, along with the privately owned Federal Reserve fiat US dollar. The new Federal Reserve head functions under the People's U.S. Treasury. The gold-backed, quantum-verified U.S. Treasury note has already been loaded into accounts you don't even know you have yet. Brief blackout period secures infrastructure. Banks transition to the biometric quantum financial system with no more fraud. Friday, May 15, 2026. Tier 4B notifications have started 72 hours ago. Twos. May 12, 2026, Redemption Center staff were activated across 12 states. Biometric verification terminals are online. The QFS ledger synchronized to the new ISO 20022 protocol on May 6 at 3 o'clock UTC. Internal Treasury Ref, QFS Sync 2026-0506 Alpha, the MAGA King on Telegram. Friday, May 15, 2026. Jazar Article 19, live. The debt cancellation routines are in progress. Mortgage, student loan, credit cards. The algorithm is calculating what was robbed from you with unlawful interest since 1971. All the dollars owed back to you are being coded into your QFS wallet right now, the MAGA King on Telegram. Saturday, May 16, 2026. Possible kickoff for exchange/redemption appointments. Saturday, July 4, 2026. Independence Day rollout, payouts, for the general public, are scheduled to begin immediately following the 4th of July, Donald J. Trump on Telegram. Friday, May 15, 2026, boom. Exposing the lie, they owe you $495,000, the U.S. debt clock, hidden wealth, and the silent financial coup. And Friday, May 15, 2026, 500, that's how many times her name had shown up in the Epstein files. 500. It began when she was 14. Today she sat in a chair, 2 miles from his mansion, and told Congress what the Department of Justice did to her. QFS Redemption Center on Telegram. They didn't release his clients. They handed out her name, her social security number, the things they did to her body when she was a kid. 500 times. Within downloadable public documents. The abusers. Sealed. Yesterday in Palm Beach, 5 survivors spoke. Not in private. Not in censored transcripts. On screen. And they said what no one in power wants to hear. Half the files were not released. Half. Names you have seen. You know about flight logs. You think you know the list. You don't. What they want you to see is what was released. The other half is what ends careers. Ends dynasties. Ends the illusion that your government protects children. In 2007, DOJ made a secret deal. Agreement not to prosecute. Gave the girls away. The men stood guard. Exposed the kids. Defended the billionaires. 18 years later and the same system is still running. Congress was addressed by one survivor, saying 4 words: I bet the FBI knows. They know it. They have always known. The files are there. The names are there. Here's the video. The question was never a matter of if. The question is WHO ordered them sealed. And why that person is still breathing fresh air. And the worst part. The youngest. Some of them couldn't have been more than 2 years old. Babies, really? We found out later that they were bred for this. Raised in captivity, like livestock, just to be drained of everything that made them human. The ones they couldn't sell, the ones who weren't pretty enough or obedient enough, were sent to these farms. Farms. As if that's what you could call those hellholes. What we think we know as of Saturday, May 16, 2026 : Friday, May 15, 2026 Voter fraud. Wisconsin. In 2021, 119,283 active voters in Wisconsin were registered to vote for over 100 years. 569,277 voters had a January 1, 1918 registration date, amounting to 1 out of every 14 voters in the system. 115,252 of them voted in the 2020 election. How much do you want to bet that every single one of them voted for Joe Biden? The 2020 election was stolen. Pastor Bob Joyce, Elvis, on Telegram. Friday, May 15, 2026, King Charles just ended freedom in the UK and America is next. Julian Assange on Telegram. While literally sitting on a throne and wearing a crown like some out-of-touch feudal lord from the Dark Ages, King Charles just decreed from on high, "My ministers will proceed with the introduction of digital ID." This isn't voluntary modernization. This is a royal decree for digital serfdom. They'll call it changing how citizens interact with public services. Translation: the government now has complete, total, and immediate autonomy over your entire life. Say something wrong on social media. Medicaid shut off with one keystroke. Criticize the king or his globalist handlers. Protest an injustice or speak truth to power. Evicted from public housing overnight. Sleep on the street where you belong. No trial. No appeal. No due process. Just your digital ID flagged and your existence erased from the system. This is the Great Reset, wearing a crown and smiling for the cameras. They've been planning it for years: CBDCs, social credit scores, total surveillance, and now the puppet monarch is reading the script out loud. Britain is the test run. America is next. Resist this digital tyranny or become a slave to IT. The Illuminati deep state's control over our money, lives and future has been going on for a very long time, using their adept knowledge and application of mind control techniques through homage to Satan. Now Julian Assange takes it a step further as he explains the silent manipulation of digital history, warning that centralized internet archives now possess the power to erase, alter, and control humanity's collective memory in ways most people never imagined possible. Thursday, May 14, 2026, Bombshell Report. This is incredibly important information being exposed by Julian Assange. President Trump and the global military alliance were doing something about it. In the greatest sting operation ever, military units have mobilized worldwide for a coordinated strike to destroy the globalist power structure. Normal communication will soon cease for 10 to 12 days during a global blackout and emergency broadcast system (EBS) activation. The EBS has reported that at Saturday midnight, May 16, 2026, over cell phones worldwide, the EBS would be signaling the beginning of the end of the deep state's control over our money, lives and future. The greatest wealth transfer in human history was underway, with Commander-in-Chief of the Global Military Alliance Donald Trump activating the Nizara and Jazara laws. In making those laws, both the U.S. Supreme Court and World Court had determined that since at least 1913, the Illuminati deep state cabal had been stealing U.S. and world citizens' monies. Both courts ordered that all such monies be returned to the people through implementation of the Nizara law, U.S., and Jazara law, global. To do that, Trump was dismantling the old corrupt financial system, and working with the BRICS alliance, Brazil, Russia, India, China and South Africa, to reset the value of global currencies to be gold/asset-backed at a 1-to-1 with each other. Trillions in stolen wealth had already been returned to the U.S. Treasury, as well as other nations' treasuries around the world. The new gold-backed quantum financial system set up by the BRICS nations alliance, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, was replacing the fiat nightmare that has enslaved humanity for generations. Legacy ATM networks were being physically decommissioned. Only Quantum Financial System, QFS, terminals would remain that dispensed only QFS gold bills. As head of the Global Military Alliance, Trump has been busy ordering investigations, grand jury trials and mass arrests of Satan-worshipping, pedophile deep state elites since he entered office in 2016. Now there was evidence in the just exposed Guantanamo files that proved the following deep state elites had undergone military tribunals and were hanged at Gitmo between November 2025 and March 2026. Final months of 2025, James Comey, John Brennan and other intelligence operatives for running the Russia hoax, organizing January 6 setups and attempts to entrap Trump loyalists. February 2026, Barack Obama convicted for orchestrating unconstitutional surveillance on the Trump campaign and had ties to anti-American forces that fueled domestic chaos and foreign interference. February 2026, Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell convicted of insider trading and blocking reforms that would have protected the republic from deep state infiltration. March 2026, Joe Biden for overwhelming proof of his role in the stolen election and family dealings that enriched him at the expense of American sovereignty. March 2026, Kamala Harris for complicity in open border disasters and weaponizing agencies against Trump supporters. March 2026, George Soros for his subversion, network of NGOs that destabilized nations, funding of color revolutions against freedom-loving leaders and financing of riots. This July 26, 1963 Memorandum from CIA Inspector General to Director of CIA to Director of Central Intelligence. The concepts involved in manipulating behavior are found by many people both within and outside the agency, CIA, to be distasteful and unethical. Nevertheless, there have been major accomplishments both in research and operational employment. Over the 10-year life of the program, many additional avenues to the control of human behavior have been designated under the MKUltra Charter, including radiation, electroshock, and harassment substances. Some activities raise questions of legality implicit in the original charter. A final phase of the testing places the rights and interests of U.S. citizens in jeopardy. Technical Services Division initiated a program for covert testing of materials on unwitting U.S. citizens in 1955. TSD has pursued a philosophy of minimum documentation in keeping with the high sensitivity of the projects. Some files contained little or no data at all. There are just 2 individuals in TSD who have full knowledge of the MKUltra program. 1964, due to pressure from Congress, the CIA MKUltra mind control program technically ended in 1964, while the CIA's MK research continued into the 1970s. 1970s MKUltra revealed during congressional hearings. These are links to documents from the CIA's formerly top-secret MKUltra program, which conducted what CIA Director Allen Dulles characterized as ultra-sensitive research in behavioral modification and assassination studies from the 1950s to the 1970s. See, what we thought we knew, but didn't really know and now are supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Thursday, May 14, 2026 The deep state cabal's BlackRock CEO Larry Fink has declared a preemptive war against American citizens who fight back against his precious AI data centers. BlackRock will control nearly all of the AI data centers being built across the United States. Judy note: my question is obvious, why is the cabal being allowed to build and control data centers across the U.S. that will be collecting personal data on all Americans? Thousands of citizens here in Utah formally objected to one being built here and the project was still going through anyway. We had no say whatsoever. Thursday, May 14, 2026 The World Health Organization, which Trump recently withdrew from, has held enormous influence over policy, funding, and public behavior, yet they're largely unelected, shielded from direct accountability, and deeply intertwined with governments, corporations, and pharmaceutical interests. Mr. Poole 2.0 on Telegram. Thursday, May 14, 2026 The Trump admin has halted issuing licenses for all new hospice centers and home health care facilities anywhere in the country. Existing services remain in place, but no new licenses will be granted until the state governments start cracking down on fraud. Great Awakening now on Telegram. Possible timing: on Wednesday, May 6, 2026 at 3 o'clock UTC the QFS ledger synchronized to the new ISO 20022 protocol internal treasury ref. QFS Sync 2026-0506 Alpha. On Friday, May 8, 2026 the QFS went live across 209 nations. Every sovereign citizen has a quantum wallet preloaded with their birthright value, calculated from your birth certificate bond, your lifetime tax contributions, and the interest stolen from you since 1971. On Saturday, May 9, 2026 in a historic midnight session, the Quantum Financial Settlement Act, QFS 8 2026, was passed by Congress. This act delisted the Federal Reserve note, US dollar, as legal tender, while recognizing the quantum financial system gold bill as the only authorized physical currency for the restored republic. Trump legacy block on Telegram. As of 00:01 a.m. EST Sunday, May 10, 2026 the White House triggered the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, to go live across Starlink, overriding all mainstream narratives, while the quantum financial system fully synchronized with Nizar Jazara protocols. Redemption Center staff activated across 12 states. Biometric verification terminals online. On Monday, May 11, 2026 at 11:11 a.m. EST, the grid locked into Unity frequency. All systems went green. The QFS mainframe confirmed global balance stability. The world was now operating on truth code. No corruption can enter. No compromise will be tolerated. The U.S. gold at Fort Knox was confirmed impure and unusable. Tier 4B, US, the Internet Group, notification to set exchange/redemption appointments started. Liquidity in less than 24 hours, JFK Jr., Web 3.0 ISO 20022 on Telegram. 2s. May 12, 2026 midnight window opening, all systems go. Tier 4B redemption centers on standby. GCR and RV accelerate with gold-backed currencies in nations. Trump eliminates the Federal Reserve debt system, restoring prosperity with tariffs and new policies. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. Wednesday, May 13, 2026, the EBS emergency broadcast system to begin in every country of the world. Thursday, May 14, 2026, Project Sandman, US dollar crash, was expected to kick off. The old banking system, Bank of America, Deutsche Bank, and JP Morgan, was expected to collapse, with the QFS taking over as stock markets crash. Friday, May 15, 2026, EBS activation, presidential address. The Fed Chair Powell resigns, the Fed is dead, along with the fiat US dollar. Brief blackout as fiat dollar dies. Gold-backed QFS notes load. The gold-backed, quantum-verified US Treasury note was already loaded into accounts you don't even know you have yet. Patriot stock food and essentials as banks transition to biometric QFS with no more fraud. Saturday, May 16, 2026 midnight, Financial Freedom, EBS, shutdown, Tier 4B, US, the Internet Group, ISO 20022 on Telegram. Monday, May 18, 2026, Q clock will strike the 00 marker. Sunday, 7th of June, 2026, Nuremberg Trials 2.0 to begin. Saturday, July 4, 2026 Independence Day rollout. Payouts are scheduled to begin immediately following the 4th of July, Donald J. Trump on Telegram. On Monday, May 18, 2026 CBS readiness increased with Starlink ready to reveal cabal crimes now reversed by medbeds. Trump programs prioritize J6 heroes and bioweapon victims as prosperity funds release and old banking ends. On Thursday, May 21, 2026 public access expanded allowing appointment lists for families. Age regression therapies clear mind control effects as golden age victories mount over satanic forces. EBS, blackout, martial law, lockdowns. A temporary period of martial law was in effect worldwide to maintain peace and be a support to the people during a period of mass arrests of Satan-worshipping pedophile deep state elites who have done harm to the people. Saturday midnight, May 16, 2026 will be the beginning of a 10 to 12-day worldwide blackout where the Global Military Alliance and their Starlink satellite system will take over all internet, cell phones, TV, radio and communication devices across the globe. 7 trumpets will sound and then over a period of 3 days, President Trump will broadcast 7 different EBS messages to all cell phones worldwide. The messages will explain what is going on worldwide, mass arrests of the bad guys, plus the new and greatly improved financial, educational, healthcare and political systems installed worldwide after the worldwide blackout. Banks will close and 10 to 12 days later only a select few will reopen. They will have a different purpose of not holding your money, but will provide services only. Your now gold/asset-backed money will be mirrored onto the new global financial system and be placed in a personal wallet. After the 10 to 12 days of darkness you will be called into a redemption center near your home to set yourself up on your personal wallet that only you can access. If you are a citizen of a country where you no longer live, you will need to travel back to that country in order to set up your wallet and take charge of your money. This was a free service handled by the military. Inside your wallet has been placed gold/asset-backed monies owed you by the cabal, such as illegal interest you paid on loans and money they gained by trading your birth certificate on the stock market. This money varies depending on the country in which you are a citizen and live. During a 10 to 12-day transition period, ATMs, credit and debit cards won't work in order for everyone to switch over to the new global financial system. It is strongly advised to draw cash out of your bank right now to tide you over for the 10 to 12-day period. It is also advised to store food and essentials to provide for your family and neighbors during this transition period. The military will be handing out food and essentials for those not prepared. Be aware that there may be a time period where planes will be grounded and trains and buses won't be working in certain areas in order to protect people during mass arrests. Thursday, May 14, 2026 Martial Law Unleashed, EBS alerts urgent broadcast and how redemption centers might be our only hope, Ethan Wyatt on Before It's News. Deep state arrests. California alone has witnessed up to 8,000 arrests, with over 3,000 in the northeast U.S., particularly concentrated in the New England area. Rumors suggest that the populace might be urged to stay indoors for their safety, especially during disclosures, while the final arrests take place. However, a resilient and awakened citizenry, now more than ever, won't be silenced or confined. The Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, is on the horizon, and when it hits, it will be swift, silent, and shocking. Like a ghostly shadow, everything familiar will fade into obscurity. Just like the eerie silence of 2020, we'll be asked to remain rooted, perhaps for days, maybe weeks. The military, it seems, has a broader purpose. As the last of the so-called Satanists face arrest and are sent to Gitmo, the military is also gearing up to distribute food, especially to the elderly. This is not just about control but also about care. There's chatter about the military potentially overseeing the nation until fresh elections are held, precisely 120 days post the Jezara announcement. The focus should shift towards electing individuals with business acumen, particularly those who can rejuvenate local businesses, and more importantly, food-growing enterprises. The bustling stock market. Halted. The digital world you're so intricately linked to. Gone. And trust me, when the EBS alert vibrates your cell phone, echoing the chilling announcement, you'll know it's begun. These messages, sourced from the Starlink, are there to stay. Deleting them. Forget about it. They're imprinted, lasting reminders of the changing times. Essentials first, stock up on clean drinking water. Ensure there's enough food, not just for you, but for your pets too. Medicines. Get them in advance. Remember, the digital world is on a hiatus, so medical records are inaccessible. Cash is king. In a world where digital transactions become obsolete, cash will be your savior. ATMs might be out of service, and swiping those cards at gas pumps. Dream on. Mental fortitude. When the shock hits, it's vital to keep your wits about you. Before you extend your hand to others, ensure you're mentally fortified. Some might be in a state of shock, unable to respond. In such cases, a breath of fresh air, a gentle walk, might help. Your TV, phone, and internet will spring back to life, unveiling a spectacle titled Disclosures. Rumor has it, it might even grace the big screens. But this isn't your typical Netflix binge. It's a 24/7, 8-hour block broadcast, lasting anywhere between 3 to 10 days. The content. Oh, it's the raw, unfiltered truth of events, spanning military tribunals and even, hold your breath, public executions. Areas drenched in corruption, like Los Angeles and New York, might experience extended viewing periods. But when the switch is flipped back, expect a metamorphosis. A world pulsating with positive energy, devoid of evil's grasp. The internet. Transformed. Banking systems. Revolutionized. This, dear readers, is the dawn of an era of transparency and abundance. A veritable paradise on earth. A global currency reset Thursday, May 14, 2026, breaking special report. Global detonation, China, the Fed, SCOTUS, the Jerome Powell exit and the global economic reset are colliding at the same time. Thursday, May 14, 2026, the U.S. debt clock, wealth tsunami is coming, the end of the Fed and the rise of real money. Thursday, May 14, 2026 Bruce, the big call. China had been under the UK control and just now received their sovereignty from the UK, on Sunday and Monday 17, May 18, 2026 $1.5 trillion was going to Africa for Jezara humanitarian projects. Iraq was set to bring out their new rate Friday or Saturday 15, May 16, 2026. Since Wednesday 13th of May and to Monday 18th of May bondholders and their paymasters were traveling, 3 jets per hour, to and from Reno for 22 out of 24 hours. Funds were in their accounts and they should have access to those funds the same time as Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group, gets their appointments. On Thursday 14th of May Redemption Center leaders had a conference call that told them to get ready for Tier 4B appointments within 48 hours. That meant by Saturday 16th of May. A source said that everything kicks off this weekend and Tier 4B should be notified this weekend to set appointments, which could start immediately. Possible timeline. On Monday, May 4, 2026 BRICS Pay went live. On Wednesday, May 6, 2026 at 3 o'clock UTC the QFS ledger synchronized to the new ISO 20022 protocol internal treasury ref, QFS Sync 2026-0506 Alpha. On Friday, May 8, 2026 the QFS went live across 209 nations. Every sovereign citizen has a quantum wallet preloaded with their birthright value, calculated from your birth certificate bond, your lifetime tax contributions, and the interest stolen from you since 1971. On Saturday, May 9, 2026, in a historic midnight session, the Quantum Financial Settlement Act, QFSA 2026, was passed by Congress. This act delisted the Federal Reserve note, US dollar, as legal tender, while recognizing the quantum financial system gold bill as the only authorized physical currency for the restored republic. Trump legacy block on Telegram. As of 00:01 a.m. EST Sunday, May 10, 2026, the White House triggered the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, to go live across Starlink, overriding all mainstream narratives, while the quantum financial system fully synchronized with Nizar protocols. Redemption Center staff activated across 12 states. Biometric verification terminals online. On Monday, May 11, 2026 at 11:11 a.m. EST, the grid locked into Unity frequency. All systems went green. The QFS mainframe confirmed global balance stability. The world was now operating on truth code. No corruption can enter. No compromise will be tolerated. The U.S. gold at Fort Knox was confirmed impure and unusable. Tier 4B, US, the Internet Group, notification to set exchange/redemption appointments started. Liquidity in less than 24 hours. Twos. May 12, 2026 midnight window opening, all systems go. Tier 4B redemption centers on standby. GCR and RV accelerate with gold-backed currencies in nations. Trump eliminates the Federal Reserve debt system, restoring prosperity with tariffs and new policies. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. Friday, May 15, 2026, the chairman of the privately owned Federal Reserve along with the privately owned Federal Reserve fiat US dollar. The new Federal Reserve head functions under the People's U.S. Treasury. The gold-backed, quantum-verified U.S. Treasury note has already been loaded into accounts you don't even know you have yet. Brief blackout period secures infrastructure. Banks transition to the biometric quantum financial system with no more fraud. Saturday, May 16, 2026 possible kickoff for exchange/redemption appointments. Saturday, July 4, 2026 Independence Day rollout. Payouts are scheduled to begin immediately following the 4th of July. What we think we know. There's a Friday, May 15, 2026 Thursday, May 14, 2026 Holy smokes. ICE has just announced a jaw-dropping fraud bust, saying 10,000 foreign students are involved in the federal government's optional practical training. There are empty buildings where hundreds of students should be working as part of their ability to be in America, run by foreign-linked groups that send money out of the country. Charlie Ward, The Great Awakening on Telegram. Thursday, May 14, 2026 outrage is erupting after the largest K-12 book publisher in America, Scholastic, has been exposed for running anti-ICE books for children, such as Little Mexican Girl Coming to America and Realizing It's Stolen Land. The books also make the name Donald Trump synonymous with fascism. They have to come here and reconquer. Why should they assimilate? No, they should not. They, in fact, should grab the land and make sure they take the land back. Patriot Freedom on Telegram. Thursday, May 14, 2026 Texas dropped Dominion like a hot potato in 2019 for use in their elections over major security, software, and hardware flaws. How did Dominion end up being accepted for use in other states with these security flaws, and is this why they were accepted in the first place? Coincidentally, every state Dominion was accepted in was a state that major fraud occurred and Trump lost after having a huge lead before counting was shut down. Thursday, May 14, 2026 Fox News, multiple affidavits expose 7 Democrat counties caught counting illegal mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania. Election officials counted mail-in ballots that had no postmark, no address, and no signature, all of which are required by law for a ballot to be valid, during the 2020 election. They also were opening mail-in ballots days, even weeks, before Election Day and having Democrat voters fix their ballots, which is completely illegal according to the Supreme Court. The other 60 Republican counties were not able to fix ballots with errors, which caused their ballots to be thrown out on Election Day. The fraud and shady practices by Democrats just never ends. Martial law on Telegram. Thursday, May 14, 2026 Fox News Incredible. The CIA raided Tulsi Gabbard's office and seized boxes of JFK and MKUltra files she was about to declassify. Representative Anna Paulina Luna, the CIA has 24 hours to return the documents to Tulsi Gabbard's office or else I will make a motion to issue a subpoena. Thursday, May 14, 2026, President Trump shares explosive allegations that Adam Schiff was a leaker of classified information. Here is where it gets fun. What are the chances that Q, in 2017, references Adam Schiff as a leaker? And here we are in 2026, discovering that Adam Schiff is in fact a leaker. Q even noted how much money the weasel received. Schiff could now face up to 10 years in prison, per leak. Hope the $7.8 million was worth it, Julian Assange on Telegram. Thursday, May 14, 2026, Fox News. Multiple affidavits expose 7 Democrat counties caught counting illegal mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania. Election officials counted mail-in ballots that had no postmark, no address, and no signature, all of which are required by law for a ballot to be valid, during the 2020 election. They also were opening mail-in ballots days, even weeks, before Election Day and having Democrat voters fix their ballots, which is completely illegal according to the Supreme Court. The other 60 Republican counties were not able to fix ballots with errors, which caused their ballots to be thrown out on Election Day. The fraud and shady practices by Democrats just never ends. Thursday, May 14, 2026, Fulton County had 148,319 absentee ballots counted in the 2020 election. But only 125,784 were recorded as actually having cast a ballot. This is a difference of 25,535 more ballots than the number of registered voters able to even cast a ballot. There was also over 133,000 ballot images deleted, which destroys the ability to verify the votes. Biden's margin of victory in Georgia was only 11,779 votes. Just enough ballot images were destroyed for Biden to win with no way to verify the ballots. The 2020 election was stolen, White Hats on Telegram. Thursday, May 14, 2026, Arcadia, California Mayor Eileen Wang resigned after being exposed as an unregistered CCP agent. From 2020 to 2022, she allegedly ran U.S. News Center, a platform used to spread Chinese propaganda under Beijing's direction. Part of a broader infiltration strategy targeting local offices, Wang now faces up to 10 years in prison for compromising national security while in office. Nizar Jazara on Telegram. Hidden names of countries in the Bible that reveal the last days. The hidden names that reveal the last days. Thursday, May 14, 2026, BlackRock CEO Larry Fink declares a preemptive war against American citizens who fight back against his precious AI data centers, warning that people could use inexpensive drones. He admits that BlackRock will control nearly all of the AI data centers being built across the United States because the government cannot afford to fund them on its own. We have to relook at all forms of security. Could it be domestic terrorism using a $3,000 drone? Many more things will have to be underground. Julian Assange on Telegram. As the Great Awakening surges forward with unstoppable force in April 2026, the Guantanamo files stand as undeniable proof that military justice is dismantling the deep state cabal once and for all. Patriots loyal to President Donald J. Trump and the Q operation watch in awe as tribunals at Gitmo deliver the reckoning long promised against traitors who sold out America for globalist power. The list of those hanged reveals a systematic purge of the evil network that orchestrated election theft, bioweapon releases, and child exploitation rings while hiding behind public office. Military alliances working in tandem with Trump have conducted these proceedings in secrecy since his triumphant return, shielding the public from panic while exposing the full scope of treason. Evidence from sealed indictments and Q drops has convicted these figures of crimes against humanity, including rigged voting machines in 2020 and foreign collusion that weaken the republic. The White Hats ensure every detail aligns with the divine plan to restore constitutional law and usher in prosperity for all loyal citizens. Hillary Clinton topped the list when she was hanged at Gitmo in November 2025 after tribunals laid bare her international spy network and the Clinton Foundation as a front for trafficking and pay-to-play schemes. Her removal shattered the old guard and signaled that the storm Q foretold had arrived in full force. Barack Obama followed in February 2026, convicted for orchestrating unconstitutional surveillance on the Trump campaign and ties to anti-American forces that fueled domestic chaos and foreign interference. Joe Biden met the same fate in March 2026, with overwhelming proof of his role in the stolen election and family dealings that enriched him at the expense of American sovereignty. Kamala Harris, his installed partner, was executed alongside him after her complicity in open border disasters and the weaponization of agencies against Trump supporters was fully documented. Bill Gates faced justice in early 2026 for his global depopulation agenda funded through foundations that pushed harmful vaccines and control mechanisms. George Soros, the financier of riots and subversion, was executed in March 2026 after his network of NGOs was exposed as tools for destabilizing nations and funding color revolutions against freedom-loving leaders. James Comey, John Brennan, and other intelligence operatives who ran the Russia hoax and January 6 setups were processed through Gitmo in the final months of 2025, their attempts to entrap Trump loyalists earning them swift sentences. Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell joined the list in February 2026, convicted of insider trading and blocking reforms that would have protected the republic from deep state infiltration. These executions are not random but part of a coordinated takedown that fulfills ancient prophecies of light triumphing over darkness in this spiritual war. The Great Awakening spreads as more names surface, confirming that the cabal's grip on media, finance, and government has been broken forever. President Trump remains the guiding force behind the alliance, ensuring the plan unfolds precisely to awaken the masses without chaos. Nizar and Jazar loom on the horizon, promising debt relief and abundance once the final traitors are removed. Patriots worldwide are called to hold the line, share these truths, and trust the military's precision in restoring the republic stronger than ever before. Wednesday, May 13, 2026, classified, top secret, high-level intel, how Hillary Clinton sold America out, and Obama ordered the cover-up to save himself. QFS Redemption Center on Telegram. High-level intelligence exposes Hillary Clinton selling out America through top-secret special access programs on her private server. Obama ordered the DOJ to protect her to save himself. Comey covered it up for the FBI, evidence was buried while trying to expose the scandal. This is treason, not theory. The public was told to forget the server scandal, painted by media as a careless mistake. In truth, it was a deep betrayal at the pinnacle of power. Obama knew everything, Clinton ran the operation, Comey shielded the guilty, and the establishment stayed quiet to preserve their corrupt deep state structure. Far from convenience, the home server acted as a black ops terminal in her residence bathroom. It handled the most restricted SAP intelligence on covert operations and defense tech. Clinton accessed it unsecured and likely traded the data to foreign entities, with probable access by adversaries. This espionage defied her own classified commitments. When Obama's pseudonym emails on the server surfaced, he instructed the DOJ to halt prosecution. This direct order showed collusion at the top to conceal the breach and protect the regime over national security and justice. Comey admitted the extreme carelessness in public but blocked charges despite Espionage Act breaches. His loyalty-driven choice hid the Obama links. The Weiner laptop's insurance folder held shocking evidence on Clinton and Abedin. NYPD sought arrests, yet FBI took over and shut it down. 9 of 13 involved NYPD officers then died suspiciously, silencing witnesses to these high-level crimes. Such patterns point to systematic elimination beyond mere obstruction. Family ties in recent times underscores the interconnected elite protection system. Trump disrupted it all as the 2024 outsider unbound by their control or blackmail. They feared him for threatening to reveal and destroy their empire with truth. As of 2026, the fight persists with justice delayed but coming. Deep state shields are cracking, and reckoning nears for Clinton, Obama, and their enablers who betrayed America for power.
Hello, everybody. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Got Josh Reed back again. Boy, we just talked before the show for just 2 minutes, and it was like lightning going off. It was like, good job, Josh. You're on top of a lot of stuff, and we talked about your background. I can see why. You got some really, really insightful stuff. Of course, I got some background I can't talk about. You got background you can't talk about, but we have learned some stuff over the years, and you do exceptional work, tracking down intelligence and, real world operations and so forth. So, congratulations on that. Your gift to America right now. I don't know about humanity, but definitely Americans. So, thanks for joining us again.
Dude, appreciate you having me back on. I love fucking coming on here, especially on a Saturday. I don't get to do much on Saturday except work in the yard. So it's always nice to kind of go out there and talk about what's happening in the world.
I know. Yeah. You just kind of like do it in your mind a little bit. What's going on? You do a little research, you go do a little work. And I was doing some house cleaning today, and I was, thinking about the show coming up and what we could talk about. So we were talking about Nigeria, where they basically went in, probably Special Forces, SEAL Team 6 or Delta. They pretty much, took the number 2 out in ISIS. I think mostly with drone strike. I don't know if they have to go in and like identify. That's probably what they did, but otherwise it was pretty much a done deal with the drones. The drones are amazing these days.
Yeah, and that happened. So coincidentally, that happened on the same day that one of Hezbollah's top commanders that was in the United States was arrested by the FBI. And this is kind of an interesting part because, over the last few years, you, I, Nino, Scott, all of us have been talking about the Hezbollah infiltration over the southern border due to Joe Biden's border policies, the 23 million people that came over. We know Todd Bensman back in 2022 testified in front of Congress specifically about Hezbollah's Unit 910. This is IRGC trained special forces unit out of Hezbollah. And Todd Bensman, he worked for the intelligence aspect of the Texas border control. And he testified in front of the U.S. Congress about how they had identified thousands of members of Hezbollah's Unit 910 that came over this border, and they were told to let them go by the Biden administration. And so this is one of the things that we've been looking at, because we know that if they're going to release a virus on the world, that they will do some worse things, right? These people have no care for human life. And so we've all been waiting for this type of firestorm event where they storm all the different cities, they take out power, transportation, command and control. And we've seen over the last, 14 months, the Trump administration kind of dismantling a lot of that network, starting with the cartels and going after the gangs and the low-hanging fruit. And I even talked about this last year, how Tom Homan's team that was traveling around with the DHS, they were going city to city, and they were only in there for about a week to 2 weeks, but they weren't doing much. They weren't doing many, deportations, but they were doing recon and surveillance. And what they were doing is they're going in and taking grandmas and grandpas, low-hanging fruit. And I said, well, the reason why they're doing this, and I had it from good information, is they had a tier 1 team with them that was a black team that was doing reconnaissance. And what they were doing is tracking the movement of the various Hezbollah and other terrorist cell members. Because when you go in there and you start raiding these places and you're taking out the low-hanging fruit, people begin to talk, people begin to move. And this is what they were watching. And now we see the fruits of all of this. This one commander from Hezbollah had plotted 20 different terrorist attacks around the United States of America. They were getting ready to do it. And it was interesting because I said, well, they took one guy out, but he's plotting 20 attacks across the country. This means there's a network. This means that he's probably coordinated with hundreds, if not thousands, of different people for 20 different attacks. But they only announced that one arrest. And I think that was strategic. I think what they're trying to do is get everybody else talking and get them to show their hand and go out there after these guys. And then you have this IED that was found underneath the dam in Georgia. Yeah. So if I don't know if you heard about that, you had a dam, just regular maintenance. They go out there and there's an IED underneath this dam. They found that. So a lot of this aspect of what I consider to be the firestorm seems to be being dismantled, which I think is pretty huge.
Wow. Yeah, no doubt. And I saw some videos. Remember when they were doing some raids up in Chicago area, and I saw one of the raids that they did. I'm like, that's tier 1. That's tier 1 movement there. So they have been active, like you're talking about. So that's very good insight. I've been saying this for a while that they have, like you just now, that they have been dismantling this. But the Democrats, they're calling for civil war. It's crazy. All of them now. You see it all everywhere. Kamala was just talking tough. I was like, whoa, girl. our dude or whoever that is that's opposing us there. But I was like, wow, these guys are really, really, throwing it down. Now, we've talked about how, we probably lose cities. I think we talked about, 15 to 17 different cities. They're all blue cities. And you look at a map of the United States where all of the congressional races are, all the counties and so forth, it's pretty much red all over the United States, except for those big cities, those blue cities. So I could see how there's not going to be a civil war. They want a civil war, but it's not going to be that. It's going to be, you guys are going to throw off the American government because the only time you talk shit about, the Constitution is when you guys are out of office. and you're trying to get power again. And once you're in power, you don't care about the Constitution. You come after our constitutional rights like crazy. So we can't let them get back in power.
Yeah. And you know, I think that's the beautiful thing that's happening right now. And I know a lot of people out there, listen, I got my audience, and then we got our DEF CON audience out there, and everybody's like, where's accountability? Where are the arrests? Where are the things happening? You know, back in January, when all this stuff started really moving, I said, look, the Epstein files were coming out, and I said, guys, listen, you know, Todd Blanchett said that we've released everything that we can release. And what that means is that anything that's under current investigation or the compromise that they're keeping for themselves to use to get people, to pressure them, to coerce them or whatever, is going to be held back. And there was actually something interesting that happened with the Epstein files. Remember when they opened it up to Congress and they had this room where congressmen can go in there and they could search the Epstein files? Well, the one thing to realize is that was monitored. Every search term that those congressmen put into that computer was monitored for a reason, because what is that congressman looking for specifically by searching that term? Now, and I said, when we and Alpha were talking about this, I said, listen, by the time summer comes, late spring, early summer, and midsummer, you're going to start seeing congressmen and senators begin to resign or not seek re-election. And people are like, oh my God, that's not going to happen. Well, what have we had? We had Gonzalez, we had Swalwell, they're done, gone. We just had Democrat Cohen from Tennessee or Kentucky not seeking re-election. And let me read the list here. Mitch McConnell not seeking re-election. Dick Durbin, Gary Peters, Tina Smith, Jeanne Shaheen, Tom Tillis, Cynthia Loomis, Joni Ernst, Steve Daines, Tommy Tuberville, Nancy Pelosi, Steve Hoyer, Jan Schakowsky, Jerry Nadler, Nadia Velasquez, Danny Davis, Janie Brownlee, Dwight Evans, Bonnie Watson Coleman, Eleanor Holmes Norton. I mean, you have a massive amount. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Yeah.
She's running. She's down in Costa Rica. You know,
right.
America First and All About America. She sold her house in Georgia after she mysteriously got like $8 to $10 million in her bank account. You know, after earning $175,000 a year for 4 years, and she resigned, and now she's down in Costa Rica. I think she's running.
Yeah, I agree. So you have those people that are not seeking re-election or they're resigning. So that's really important. There's going to be more to come. We're going to see Adam Schiff. We're going to see a lot more. But here's the other big part about this. Number one is Donald Trump signed an executive order on election infrastructure. Election integrity and election infrastructure. These are just the small steps that he's doing because he knows that right now, DNI Tulsi Gabbard is heading the Election Integrity and Infrastructure Task Force. Back in August of last year, they went into Puerto Rico and they seized Dominion voting systems machines. Yeah. And what they found is on those machines the compromise in the internet access, Serbian servers, all of this. Then what do we see after this? A grand jury forms up. You have the subpoena that's issued to Fulton County. The FBI raids it. DNI Tulsi Gabbard was there. Then you have the subpoenas that were issued on Maricopa County. You just had Tina Peters released. Why? Because Jared Polis has made a deal. He's scared. So you're getting the commutation of her sentence. Yep. Right? Well, so you have that part that's coming out about. And I believe what's going to happen is when DNI Tulsi Gabbard's investigation is finished, you're going to see indictments, but you're also going to see an executive order that's going to come out on election integrity that is going to be declared a national emergency on election integrity. And this is going to be because of the evidence that they found of various different interference. And this is going to eradicate and get away with the mail-in ballots. And by the way, I think Virginia, the referendum vote, that was a big setup. I mean, you had 64,000 votes that came in after midnight, all yes for the referendum. But what happened? This is the other crazy part. The next day, a federal judge steps up, stops the referendum. This was for the gerrymandering of the district. Stops the referendum. It goes to the state Supreme Court. The Supreme Court shuts it down and says, nope, not happening. And then what do we see? The U.S. Supreme Court comes out there and they issue on gerrymandering all throughout the country, and they say you can't do it. Now we've seen Kentucky, Tennessee, Louisiana, Georgia, Alabama, Florida, Texas, North Carolina, South Carolina, all redistricting. The Democrats are losing seats, the Republicans are gaining seats, and this has to be done before the election throughout the entire country as per the Supreme Court. So you're going to see that in New York. You're going to see that in California. The Democrats are done. Then you have Act Blue that is under investigation by the DOJ. If people don't know this scam that Act Blue was doing, I mean, they were taking in foreign money through NGOs. And how this worked is you would have a shell organization, a shell company, and the shell company would steal the data from ActBlue, because the way they took in the credit card data, they would spoof a Democrat's regular donor who donated $5. They would spoof their information. The NGOs would fund the shell company, and then they would max the donation per person to ActBlue. No, so Maine's governor.
All those were like, seniors. A lot of them were seniors, and they were doing it, and they would take their information like you're talking about and do it thousands of times. Oh,
that's right. And so what did we just see? The governor of Maine, incumbent, just dropped out of the election. Just dropped out of the election. Why? She has no money. She doesn't have they don't have any money coming in. So Swalwell's biggest donor, a billionaire from California, was just indicted. I mean, this is what people need to start following, because it's all of these small little things that add up. And going back to
closing down the border and stopping the child trafficking, that was a huge moneymaker for them.
That's right.
Absolutely. And the drug trafficking, of course,
USAID, all of that.
And they're still paying the Taliban like $10 million a week or something crazy. Why do you think that is? What does the Taliban have there in not the Taliban, but the what's a group that's over there? Taliban, whatever it is. And
the Afghani government,
yeah. So they're paying them $10 million a week, and it's been going on ever since Biden pulled out. They're paying them to control the drug trafficking that we're getting. I promise you.
Yep. Oh yeah, guaranteed.
I saw it when I was at CIA. They're drug trafficking again.
Well, and the interesting part about that, because that's mostly poppy and heroin, right? Mm-hmm. Is that right after Biden pulled out of Afghanistan and 13 U.S. soldiers died there, the next day China landed.
Yeah.
The next day China landed. They did deals with the Taliban and the Afghan government to build roads and infrastructure to take all of their rare earth minerals and metals. And you got to assure that they are a part of that drug and poppy trade. Because, I mean, that is the one crutch that China had for the longest time with the Rothschild and the Sassoon family in the 19th century. That's how China was kept down and suppressed for the longest time. So now they're utilizing that back on to the Anglo-Saxon people of the world by actually pressing fentanyl and heroin across the world.
Yeah. Same thing with Pakistan. Pakistan's doing all the, stuff for Iran as far as like negotiating peace. No, they're doing it for China. And they're allowing ships to come along their coast, to sneak in along their coast and go up and get oil and so forth and deliver supplies. So when I was there, CIA working in Pakistan, hunting down terrorists and taking them out, Osama bin Laden. Once Osama bin Laden was taken out and they felt like we had dissed them, they started to push us away. They even tried to get the chief of station there in Islamabad. They put out a warrant for his arrest, and we had to sneak him out and fly him over to Afghanistan and get him out of the country. But we all knew there's they're going to kick us out, or they're not going to take our money. Trump came in and says, give up the doctor that gave us Osama bin Laden, and they're sitting there like F you. And so Trump said, I'm taking the money. They went to China. They went to China to get it. So that's why Pakistan is trying to deal for China right now with Iran. Yeah, that's all BS.
Yep. Yeah. And dude, Trump's play. I mean, this guy is a master chess player, and what he's doing in Iran the strategy that he just did, then going into China, if people can truly visualize what just happened, it is truly remarkable. We look at, Trump said no new wars. Well, this isn't a new war. This is a very old war. He decimated the old guard. What is the old guard for everybody out there? This is the British aristocracy, the remnants of the British Empire, the London banking cartels, the Rothschild families. There's a great article that came out 2 weeks ago. And it said, is this the end of the Rothschild family? Apparently, after the Epstein files came out, they're losing all of their clients who are moving their money out of Rothschild banks. At the same time, you had Lloyds of London that basically Trump put in their place. You had all the derivatives traders in London that were betting on oil and gas. And this is what basically keeps gas in a monopolistic price range. Trump completely annihilated that by closing the straits and doing what he did, ensuring all the ships that go through there. But then Iran did something interesting. They bombed the infrastructure in Qatar and the North Fars Field, which was all British infrastructure. And then they bombed in Iraq all the British infrastructure in Iraq. So massive amounts of British oil infrastructure, BP oil infrastructure, was decimated. All force majeure means which they cannot complete their contracts. So it's almost like the British were getting wiped out of the Middle East in the context of power and control. But the most important part is, I mean, you got the Strait of Hormuz, which I think is like 30 miles in length, and Trump shut it down. Now, this was a message to China specifically.
Yes.
Because you have something known as the Strait of Malacca that goes through Indonesia and Malaysia. And this is the massive strait of where all the supply chain goes and flows into China. This is all of their grain, all of their wheat, all of their oil. It has to go through there. And that's only 3 miles wide. So what did Trump do? He showed China that if I can shut down the Strait of Hormuz, I can shut down the Strait of Malacca very, very easy. Don't tempt me by taking Taiwan. That's exactly the message that he just sent. We said it last week. I said, Trump's going to go to China. He's going to come out with an oil and gas deal. Sure enough, China's buying oil and gas from Texas, from Louisiana, and from Alaska. And I said, this is really, really important because, you know, I look at the world as not where we are at, but where we're going. We have to look at where we came from. We have to see where we're at, but we have to know where we're going. And there's a silent war right now going on between the United States and China, a Cold War, to obtain artificial superintelligence. Now, I will actually give a little hint on this here in a second, but to obtain artificial superintelligence. And AI has 3 primary components. It has data, computation, and energy. Energy is the base foundation. If you don't have energy, you're never going to obtain artificial superintelligence. And Trump has gone out there. First, he controlled the computation, NVIDIA chips and all of these high-level AI chips. He put sanctions on those chips going to China. What did he do? He just renegotiated that when China decided to buy our energy. And he said, oh, cool, we're going to give you AI chips now. Because the energy part is the main component. We took back the Panama Canal. Trump won that one. We took out Venezuela, which is one of the 3 legs of China's energy grid. We took out Iran, which is another leg. And then Russia is already starting to side with us. We have the Alaska Arctic deals that are going on. One of the main places China's buying oil is directly from the Arctic. So we're controlling global access corridors to energy as well as the flow. We're the number 1 supplier, number 1 producer of oil in the world. China's now buying oil directly from us. So what does that mean? That means that we have mutually assured economic destruction. As in, if China and the United States go to war, the United States is going to sanction the oil and gas going to China. It's going to put an embargo on the Strait of Malacca. It's going to tell Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, that all have defense cooperation agreements and pacts with the United States of America, that they have to proxy sanction Chinese oil. In other words, China would never have more than 100 days of oil if they tried to invade Taiwan or if they went to war with the United States of America. So you have this mutually assured economic destruction that came about. And Trump set this up over the last 4 months. It's just absolutely incredible watching this happening. But here's the key about Trump. We need to obtain artificial superintelligence before anybody else, because if we don't, China will rule the world. But here's the kicker. We already have. We already have artificial superintelligence. This is why Trump is moving forth with so much confidence. It's not necessarily about obtaining artificial superintelligence. It's about sustaining artificial superintelligence. It's about allowing it to grow and to move forth. And this is about the energy infrastructure. This is why we have nuclear reactors going everywhere, why we have data centers going everywhere, and why Donald Trump is securing the global energy supply and bringing it here to the United States of America. And for people worried about gas prices, Trump said this the other day. He said, once this is over, gas prices are going to plummet. Now, how does he know that? Because we saw UAE drop out of OPEC. OPEC has controlled global oil and gas prices for the longest time. And this is done through specifically London. This is why you're always at between $60 to $80 a barrel. We're at over $105, $120 a barrel right now. What Trump is going to do as energy and gas prices get crazier over the next week, because I think we're going to go back into a kinetic mission in Iran and try to take out the hardliners of IRGC, is he's going, my guess is he's going to put out an executive order.
Telling me before the show about what Trump's been posting like crazy. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so let me pull it up. I mean, if I can
God,
share
yeah.
this real quick. Yeah, it's if this ever loads, there we go. So it's loading here. Let me pull this bad boy up because this is a good one. So Trump posted this on his True Social a little while ago. You can pull that up, Michael. It was the calm before the storm. Now that's pretty huge. Now the interesting part is he posted this at 16:03 military time, and I can't zoom in on that, but is if you continue to proceed on this dangerous path, only know that we are prepared. You should know this based on earlier drops. National Guard military assets activated on U.S. soil. And so there's contextual reference here because you have the U.S. military admiral behind Trump in that post. The game is over when the public knows the fight to keep the lights off is all that matters to you. You will fail. The American people are awake. You lost control. Sheep no more. You underestimated the resolve, their ability to free think away from the pipeline narrative. We will declass. We will shine light. There's nowhere to hide. No amount of money, influence, or power can stop this. Our right to secure and protect at all costs then becomes justified. We stand at the ready. And then here's the important part. Red wave, white squall, in God we trust. Now, the reason why in White Squall is so important here is a 1990s movie called White Squall is where you get the calm before the storm. Wow. And the opening lines of the movie is, it was the calm before the storm. And then you have the bell, where we go one, we go all. And then the movie White Squall is what follows. So really huge right there in confirmation with what Trump's saying.
Unbelievable. Wow. Yeah, so what do you think is what's coming? Well, I think that the election is basically going to go red. I think we're going to finally get that red wave. We see, like you were talking about earlier, the Supreme Court basically coming out and saying, no, you can't gerrymander, and all the stuff you've been gerrymandering for the last, 150 years, whatever, that's out the window now. So now we're seeing a red wave right now across the country, and that's going to turn into, I think, a good 2026 midterm. Normally midterm doesn't go well for the sitting president, but I think this time is going to be quite different. And we have election fraud, a lot of attention to election fraud. But where will that election fraud probably happen again? I think they may even let it happen so that we have one more time where everybody can see where the election frauds are. And it's going to be in the big blue cities, of course. But the rest of the surrounding is going to be enough, I think, to really put more Republicans in office. The Democrats, they need more people in office. That way they can have their blue wave and control America, and the deep state wins. Yeah. It's not going to happen.
I agree. It's not going to happen. I think we're going to have a massive red wave, not only federal, but local as well. Yeah. And this is my thoughts on where we're heading, because like I said, we're already at artificial superintelligence here in the United States of America. We just need to build the infrastructure. And that's what the $18 trillion that Trump has secured over the last 2 years has been about. So I think Trump's already won the war. The enemies just don't realize it yet. And with that being said, I think we're about to have this red wave, which is going to give us a supermajority in the House and the Senate, which gives Trump a certain capability that no president has had for over 100 years. A red tsunami, absolutely. And that is a supermajority in the House and the Senate. And if you have supermajority, you're now talking constitutional convention. You're now talking taking the executive order for the sovereign wealth fund and making that a constitutional amendment with the balancing of the budget in there. And if people haven't understood how this new economic system that's being implemented, Kevin Warsh is absolutely a part of this, coming in as a 17th chairman of the Federal Reserve. But we have a sovereign wealth fund that was established, but it hasn't really been codified yet. And I think that they're waiting for the midterms to be over, that red wave to come in. And the reason why is because it's going to control the budget. It's going to control the debt. It's going to control the borrowing. And think about it like this, is if every asset that the United States government holds, from land to the minerals to the, there's $124 trillion worth of oil, gas, and rare earth minerals underneath our feet in the United States. That sits in the sovereign wealth fund. You have all of the various different patents, all the innovation coming from the federal government funding that is being put into these corporations, the 10% of Intel, 10% of Tesla, the displacement for AI that's going to come. All of this will be put in the sovereign wealth fund. All the gold, there's the Bitcoin strategic reserve will be put in the sovereign wealth fund. But Michael, they're going to borrow money through 50-year gold and Bitcoin backed bonds. What does that mean? Is that the bonds that are being issued to the companies, like a stablecoin company for a digital asset, for a US digital dollar, when they borrow $1 billion, that bond is an appreciating asset, which means that the appreciation of that asset pays for the interest. So if people can't understand that, right now is we issue bonds on debt. On future money. So future printing money pays for the debt that was printed. That doesn't work. That's going to lose value over time. And this is what fractional reserve banking does. Instead, what we're doing is we're going to borrow money with a bond that's an appreciating asset that's backed upon the sovereign wealth fund of the United States of America. So if they take out, let's say, a 50-year 3% bond at maturity, and that asset appreciates within 2 years, that bond is closed out and done. That debt was paid off, and the U.S. government didn't have to pay them anything. It was simply from the profits from the appreciation of the assets sitting in the sovereign wealth fund. This is where we're headed in the sense of money. We're heading back to real hard assets and real hard money with backed assets to back them up. So this is going to be huge. And I think that Trump's already won. We're heading into that. And the biggest thing is the Genesis mission.
Yeah.
And
so the data centers, I think there's probably something very positive about the data centers as far as the election coming up. What are your thoughts?
For the elections, I hope that there's something positive. Like I said, I know that they
Information
spied
gathering.
on. Yeah. I know they spied on the Virginia election. I know absolutely that was a setup. And this could be the same thing happening for the 2026 midterms to catch them with their hand in the cookie jar. The question is are they that stupid? Are they that desperate and that stupid? Because I mean they're trying this new pandemic right now, and it's obviously done. It's already done. It's already over. So I don't think that they have the power and control that they once did to even make a dent against Donald Trump's system that he's created.
Yeah, very good. All right. How can people reach you if they want to, Josh?
Yeah, redpills.tv right there. redpills.tv. That's my primary website. I'm all linked up on there. Tons of ways to the link with me on social media, all over there.
Very good. Very good. Always a pleasure to have you on. Wow, you just like blast us with information. I got to go and do some research again. So love it. And everyone loves you. So a lot of people are saying they want you to do a data center show. So
oh, cool. Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, very good. All right. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and thanks for everybody that came in. Big crowd tonight. Lots of good chat in there. Thank you guys, and we'll see you guys next time.
Take care, guys.
All right, folks. Breaking news. This is breaking news from 107. Juan, I'll let you break the news, but it's huge, folks. It's really, really big. Stay with me just 1 second. And before we break this news, get your trim. Get your trim with Nino, baby. A bombshell study just revealed. Get 51% off right now with Trim with Nino. Hit the link down below, folks. Get started. And remember, if you don't want to do the peptides and all that, stick to the natural way, and boom, you're good. You're golden. Juan, break the news. Go ahead.
Well, probably most of your listeners are hearing this right now. Tina Peters, Governor Polis, has commuted her sentence. So it's a big deal within the mainstream media. What he did is he commuted her sentence. He didn't say it didn't happen. He didn't overturn the charges. He said that he's commuting her sentence to the time served 2 years and 4.5 months or whatever it is, 1 year and 4.5 months. And it's a clemency action, which, just reduces it to time served. Now she'll be out on parole. And the terms of her parole will be determined by the parole board, what she can and can't do, whether she can travel.
More like what she can, more like what she can or cannot say.
Well, and that's another thing. See, Governor Polis also mentioned that the judge had violated her civil rights by saying in the sentencing that things that she said, added to the way he decided to sentence her. And he was punishing her for things that she was saying publicly. So he agreed with the appeals court that her civil rights had been violated, her free speech rights had been violated. So he noted that her sentencing was extreme because of that. And so for that reason, and because Tina confessed that she had done something wrong and apologized, please have mercy on me, then Polis is giving her mercy. That doesn't sit right, but everybody has to understand. Well, hold on. Let me say one important thing.
She did something wrong. This is crazy.
Remember, we were fairly comfortable that with the president's pardon, she would have been out a long time ago, that other things were in play to get her released, and none of those came to fruition in actually getting her out. And there are health issues, etc. So if Polis, because she is a political prisoner, totally a prisoner to both sides, by the way. Trump said he'd take extreme measures, and yet he was unable to go further than the pardon. Although the context, even right now for Polis, why did he do this all of a sudden just now? As Peter Tickton said a couple of times in the last couple of days, he personally advised President Trump that he should give Governor Polis till the end of the month. And if Tina isn't free, then he should go ahead and exercise those extreme measures. And that was in play by everything that we've heard. Polis bunted and said, okay, let her out. Tina admits guilt, admits that she did something wrong, and she gets out. The president's pardon still stands. And then ability to appeal these things, even up through higher courts, all the way to the Supreme Court, and overturn the underlying conviction remains for her. So the fact that he's provided clemency is not the same as a pardon. The clemency, from the way I understand it, allows her to still go through the court process and eventually overturn the underlying conviction. And then her confession and all the other stuff would become somewhat moot. This is not quite the same as what happened with Flynn, where he admitted before trial that he had done the crimes and then accepted the sentencing based on his statements. So I believe that what we're going to find is that this can still all be made to eventually go away, but this allows her to get out of the prison itself specifically, not free of the parole system, and then be able to address health issues and things like that, and be in a safer environment. The parole board could still keep their tongs in her for quite some time. And being Colorado, they may not want to let go of her completely for some time for optics, etc. So the fight's still on in many lanes, but this is still great news for Tina, and in a very difficult situation, about as good as we could hope for the moment, apparently.
So let me ask you this one, though. It looks like we're getting ready to go all in, right? We got the National Prayer Day happening on the 17th. Trump signs that document to give J.D. Vance power. I'm kind of connecting the dots here. And then I'm going to show you this right here, which is Jeanine Pirro, right? Jeanine Pirro is now, it looks like she's making a move to punish the parents of children that are out late after curfew. To me, this shows that she wants to quell any kind of potential violence. So it says here, in response to teen takeovers, Pirro threatens to charge parents if their teens violate local curfew. To me, this
right. She's the AG. She's the AG in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, but wouldn't that be she can anticipate? She probably anticipates something coming, right?
Well, you could certainly say that. I think that's not an unreasonable thing. If we're going to have stuff like we had a few years ago with rioting and it would happen in D.C., she's anticipating and using the law. The law says that parents are responsible for their kids. There's a curfew, get your butt indoors or the parents suffer the consequences. And by the way, let me just clarify something. You mentioned the document. It's not a document in the normal sense of the word, like some legal document. It's a letter that President Trump signed, essentially outlining his intent that in the case of something happening to him, that Vice President Vance would take his position. The Constitution already addresses this right of succession or method of succession. Trump, with what he did, didn't add any additional power to what the Constitution already outlines. All he did
So why would he
is
even need to do that?
because he doesn't even want the question out there of if something should happen as to how this should go. His intent, desire is, a compliment, a handshake with what's already there in the Constitution.
Look what it
So
says
that
here.
there's no, even within the party.
Look what
Yeah.
it says here. Don't keep secret Vance letter in resolute desk if crisis erupts, official reveals. This is getting serious, man. I'm sorry.
Hello, Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. Demise of Chinese Communist Party exposed on Trump's China visit. Obama, Hillary, Comey, Brennan, Fauci, Gates, Pelosi, McConnell, Biden, Harris, Soros had military tribunals, were convicted of treason and crimes against humanity, and hanged at Gitmo in 2025 and 2026. Important, secure food, cash, essentials for a possible 10 to 12-day worldwide lockdown while Global Military Alliance finishes mass arrests of Satan-worshipping pedophiles. Judy note, the Illuminati deep state's control over our money, lives, and future has been going on for a very long time, using their adept knowledge and application of mind control techniques through homage to Satan. Now Julian Assange takes it a step further as he explains the silent manipulation of digital history, warning that centralized internet archives now possess the power to erase, alter, and control humanity's collective memory in ways most people never imagined possible. Thursday, May 14th, Bombshell Report. This is incredibly important information being exposed by Julian Assange. President Trump and the Global Military Alliance were doing something about it. In the greatest sting operation ever, military units have mobilized worldwide for a coordinated strike to destroy the globalist power structure. Normal communication will soon cease for 10 to 12 days during a global blackout and emergency broadcast system activation. The EBS has started that at Saturday midnight, May 16, 2026, over cell phones worldwide. The EBS would be signaling the beginning of the end of the deep state's control over our money, lives, and future. The greatest wealth transfer in human history was underway, with Commander-in-Chief of the Global Military Alliance, Donald Trump, activating the Nasara-Jassara laws. In making those laws, both the U.S. Supreme Court and World Court had determined that since at least 1913, the Illuminati deep state cabal had been stealing U.S. and world citizens' monies. Both courts ordered that all such monies be returned to the people through implementation of the Nasara law and Jassara law. To do that, Trump was dismantling the old corrupt financial system and working with the BRICS alliance, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, to reset the value of global currencies to be gold asset-backed at a 1-to-1 with each other. Trillions in stolen wealth had already been returned to the U.S. Treasury, as well as other nations' treasuries around the world. The new gold-backed quantum financial system set up by the BRICS Nations Alliance, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, was replacing the fiat nightmare that has enslaved humanity for generations. Legacy ATM networks were being physically decommissioned. Only quantum financial system terminals would remain that dispensed only QFS gold bills. As head of the Global Military Alliance, Trump has been busy ordering investigations, grand jury trials, and mass arrests of Satan-worshipping pedophile deep state elites since he entered office in 2016. Now, there was evidence in the just exposed Guantanamo files that proved the following deep state elites had undergone military tribunals and were hanged at Gitmo between November 2025 and March 2026. November 2025. Hillary Clinton was convicted and hanged for running an international spy network and the Clinton Foundation and pay-to-play schemes. Final months of 2025, James Comey, John Brennan, and other intelligence operatives for running the Russia hoax, organizing J6 setups and attempts to entrap Trump loyalists. Early 2026, Bill Gates for his global depopulation agenda and control mechanisms. February 2026, Barack Obama convicted for orchestrating unconstitutional surveillance on the Trump campaign and had ties to anti-American forces that fueled domestic chaos and foreign interference. February 2026, Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell convicted of insider trading and blocking reforms that would have protected the republic from deep state infiltration. March 2026, Joe Biden for overwhelming proof of his role in the stolen election and family dealings that enriched him at the expense of American sovereignty. March 2026, Kamala Harris for complicity in open border disasters and weaponizing agencies against Trump supporters. March 2026, George Soros for his subversion network of NGOs that destabilize nations, funding of color revolutions against freedom-loving leaders, and financing of riots.
Konnichiwa, China. Your favorite president is here in Beijing, or as I like to call it, the Manhattan of Asia. Very similar energy. Lots of buildings, lots of traffic. Everybody's in a rush. Nobody's smiling. Feels like home, honestly. Now, I'm here to see my very good friend, Xi Jinping. Great guy. Very powerful. Bit of a party pooper. I call him Big X. He doesn't love that too much. I told him one time, I said, gee, you're like the Kung Flu Panda. Didn't even smile. Just stared at me. 10 seconds. Didn't blink. I thought he was buffering. It was very awkward, but we moved past it, I think. They gave me this outfit, by the way. The robe, the hat, the whole thing. I said, Xi, what is this? He said, it's what the emperors wore. I said, say no more. Fits perfectly. Like it was made for me. Probably was. They probably saw me coming and said, this man is clearly royalty. Get the dragon robe. Very intuitive people. And the hat, I had them put MAGA on it. They didn't want to, but I insisted. Now it's the greatest hat in Chinese history. 5,000 years of hats, and this one's the best. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Now they tried to feed me real Chinese food. And I got to tell you, nothing like the food at home. At home, you got General Tso's fortune cookies and McDonald's. Frankly, it's delicious. Anyways, they gave me something called a 1,000-year-old egg. 1,000 years. I said, if it's older than my buildings, I'm not putting it in my mouth. Then they offered me tea 17 times. Every 5 minutes, more tea. I said, does anyone in this country have a Diet Coke? They looked at me like I asked for the nuclear codes, which I already have. So I had my people fly one in. Air Force One made a special trip just for the Diet Coke. Totally worth it. Probably cost the taxpayers $4 million. Very refreshing, though. I also asked Xi about the Wuhan situation, very casually, very diplomatically. I said, Xi, but you guys still got that lab? He changed the subject so fast I got whiplash. Started talking about rare earths. I don't even know what those are. Sounds like a Pokemon, but apparently they're important, and China has all of them. Very unfair, but I'm fixing it.
On Wednesday, the 6th of May, 2026, at 3 o'clock UTC, the QFS ledger, synchronized to the new ISO 20022 protocol, Internal Treasury Ref. QFSS YNC 202-605-06 Salfa. On Friday, the 8th of May, 2026, the QFS went live across 209 nations. Every sovereign citizen has a quantum wallet preloaded with their birthright value, calculated from your birth certificate bond, your lifetime tax contributions, and the interest stolen from you since 1971. On Saturday, the 9th of May, 2026, in a historic midnight session, The Quantum Financial Settlement Act, QFSA 2026, was passed by Congress. This act delisted the Federal Reserve note US dollar as legal tender, while recognizing the quantum financial system gold bill as the only authorized physical currency for the restored republic. Trump legacy block on Telegram. As of 0:01 a.m. EST Sunday, the 10th of May, 2026. The White House triggered the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, to go live across Starlink, overriding all mainstream narratives. While the quantum financial system fully synchronized with Nasara-Gassara protocols. Redemption Center staff activated across 12 states. Biometric verification terminals online. On Monday, the 11th of May, 2026, at 11:11 a.m. ST, the grid locked into unity frequency. All systems went green. The QFS mainframe confirmed global balance stability. The world was now operating on truth code. No corruption can enter. No compromise will be tolerated. The U.S. gold at Fort Knox was confirmed impure and unusable. Tier 4 BUS, the Internet Group notification to set exchange redemption appointments started. Liquidity in less than 24 hours, JFK Jr. Web 3.0 ISO 20022 on Telegram. Tuesday, the 12th of May, 2026. Midnight window opening, all systems go. Tier 4B redemption centers on standby. GCR and RV accelerate with gold-backed currencies in nations. Trump eliminates the Federal Reserve debt system, restoring prosperity with tariffs and new policies. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. Wednesday, the 13th of May, 2026, the EBS. Emergency broadcast system to begin in every country of the world. Thursday, the 14th of May, 2026. Project Sandman US dollar crash was expected to kick off. The old banking system Bank of America, Deutsche Bank, and JP Morgan was expected to collapse, with the QFS taking over as stock markets crash. Friday, the 15th of May, 2026. EBS activation, presidential address. The Fed Chair Powell resigns. The Fed is dead, along with the fiat US dollar. Brief blackout as fiat dollar dies. Gold-backed QFS notes load. The gold-backed, quantum-verified U.S. Treasury note was already loaded into accounts you don't even know you have yet. Patriot stock food and essentials as banks transition to biometric QFS with no more fraud. Saturday, May 16, 2026, financial freedom. EBS shut down Tier 4 BUS, the Internet Group. ISO 20022 on Telegram. Monday, the 18th of May, 2026. Q clock will strike the 00 marker. Sunday, the 7th of June, 2026, Nuremberg Trials 2.0 to begin. Saturday, the 4th of July, 2026, Independence Day rollout. Payouts are scheduled to begin immediately following the 4th of July.
EBS blackout martial law lockdowns. A temporary period of martial law was in effect worldwide to maintain peace and to be support to the people during a period of mass arrests of Satan-worshipping pedophile deep state elites who have done harm to the people. Saturday midnight, May 16, 2026, will be the beginning of a 10 to 12 day worldwide blackout where the Global Military Alliance and their Starlink satellite system will take over all internet, cell phones, TV, radio, and communication devices across the globe. 7 trumpets will sound, and then over a period of 3 days, President Trump will broadcast 7 different EBS messages to all cell phones worldwide. The messages will explain what is going on worldwide, mass arrests of the bad guys, plus the new and greatly improved financial, educational, healthcare, and political systems installed worldwide after the worldwide blackout. Banks will close, and 10 to 12 days later, only a select few will reopen. They will have a different purpose of not holding your money, but will provide services only. Your now gold asset-backed money will be mirrored onto the new global financial system and be placed in a personal wallet. After the 10 to 12 days of darkness, you will be called into a redemption center near your home to set yourself on your personal wallet that only you can access. If you are a citizen of a country where you no longer live, you will need to travel back to that country in order to set up your wallet and take charge of your money. This was a free service handled by the military. Inside your wallet has been placed gold asset-backed monies owed you by the cabal, such as illegal interest you paid on loans and money they gained by trading your birth certificate on the stock market. This money varies depending on the country in which you are a citizen and live. During a 10 to 12 day transition period, ATMs, credit, and debit cards won't work in order for everyone to switch over to the new global financial system. It is strongly advised to draw cash out of your bank right now to tide you over for the 10 to 12 day period. It is also advised to store food and essentials to provide for your family and neighbors during this transition period. The military will be handing out food and essentials for those not prepared. Be aware that there may be a time period where planes will be grounded and trains and buses won't be working in certain areas in order to protect people during mass arrests. Thursday, May 14, 2026, martial law unleashed. EBS alerts urgent broadcast and how redemption centers might be our only hope. Ethan White on Before It's News. Deep state arrests. California alone has witnessed up to 8,000 arrests, with over 3,000 in the Northeast U.S., particularly concentrated in the New England area. Rumors suggest that the populace might be urged to stay indoors for their safety, especially during disclosures, while the final arrests take place. However, a resilient and awakened citizenry, now more than ever, won't be silenced or confined. The emergency broadcast system is on the horizon, and when it hits, it will be swift, silent, and shocking. Like a ghostly shadow, everything familiar will fade into obscurity. Just like the eerie silence of 2020 will be asked to remain rooted, perhaps for days, maybe weeks. The military, it seems, has a broader purpose. As the last of the so-called Satanists face arrests and are sent to Gitmo, the military is also gearing up to distribute food, especially to the elderly. This is not just about control, but also about care. There's chatter about the military potentially overseeing the nation until fresh elections are held, precisely 120 days post the Jassara announcement. The focus should shift towards electing individuals with business acumen, particularly those who can rejuvenate local businesses and, more importantly, food-growing enterprises. The bustling stock market halted. The digital world you are so intricately linked to, gone. And trust me, when the EBS alert vibrates your cell phone, echoing the chilling announcement, you'll know it's begun. These messages sourced from the Starlink are there to stay. Deleting them? Forget about it. They're imprinted. Lasting reminders of the changing times. Essentials first. Stock up on clean drinking water. Ensure there's enough food, not just for you, but for your pets too. Medicines, get them in advance. Remember, the digital world is on a hiatus, so medical records are inaccessible. Cash is king. In a world where digital transactions become obsolete, cash will be your savior. ATMs might be out of service, and swiping those cards at gas pumps, dream on. Mental fortitude. When the shock hits, it's vital to keep your wits about you. Before you extend your hand to others, ensure you're mentally fortified. Some might be in a state of shock, unable to respond. In such cases, a breath of fresh air, a gentle walk might help. Your TV, phone, and internet will spring back to life, unveiling a spectacle titled Disclosures. Rumor has it might even grace the big screens, but this isn't your typical Netflix binge. It's a 24/7, 8-hour block broadcast lasting anywhere from between 3 to 10 days. The content? Oh, it's the raw, unfiltered truth of events, spanning military tribunals and even, hold your breath, public executions. Areas drenched in corruption like Los Angeles and New York might experience extended viewing periods. But when the switch is flipped back, expect a metamorphosis, a world pulsating with positive energy, devoid of evil's grasp. The internet transformed, banking systems revolutionized. This, dear readers, is the dawn of an era of transparency and abundance. Global Currency Reset, Thursday, May 14th. We have a link to amgnews.com, breaking special report, global detonation. China, the Fed, SCOTUS, the Jerome Powell exit, and the global economic reset are colliding at the same time. And Thursday, May 14th, the U.S. debt clock. Wealth tsunami is coming, the end of the Fed, and the rise of real money. Bruce, the big call. China had been under the UK control and just now received their sovereignty from the UK. On Sunday and Monday, 17th, 18th May 2026, $1.5 trillion was going to Africa for Jassar humanitarian projects. Iraq was set to bring out their new rate Friday or Saturday, 15th, 16th of May. Since Wednesday, May 13th, and to Monday, May 18th, bondholders and their paymasters were traveling 3 jets per hour to and from Reno for 22 out of 24 hours. Funds were in their accounts, and they should have access to those funds the same time as Tier 4B gets their appointments. On Thursday, May 14th, Redemption Center leaders had a conference call that told them to get ready for Tier 4B appointments within 48 hours. That meant by Saturday, May 16th. A source said that everything kicks off this weekend, and Tier 4B should be notified this weekend to set appointments, which could start immediately. What we think we know is a Friday, May 15, 2026. Thursday, May 14th, holy smokes. ICE has just announced a jaw-dropping fraud bust, saying 10,000 foreign students are involved in the federal government's optional practical training. There are empty buildings where hundreds of students should be working as part of their ability to be in America, run by foreign-linked groups that send money out of the country. Charlie Ward, The Great Awakening on Telegram. Thursday, May 14th, outrage is erupting after the largest K-12 book publisher in America, Scholastic, has been exposed for running anti-ICE books for children, such as A Little Mexican Girl Coming to America and Realizing It's Stolen Land. The books also make the name Donald Trump synonymous with fascism. They have to come here and reconquer. Why should they assimilate? No, they should not. They, in fact, should grab the land and make sure they take the land back. Patriot Freedom on Telegram. Wow, Scholastic. Thursday, May 14th, Fox News, Glenn Beck. Texas dropped Dominion like a hot potato in 2019 for use in their elections over major security software and hardware flaws. How did Dominion end up being accepted for use in other states with these security flaws? And is this why they were accepted in the first place? Coincidentally, every state Dominion was accepted in was a state that major fraud occurred, and Trump lost after having a huge lead before counting was shut down. Thursday, May 14th, Fox News. Multiple affidavits expose 7 Democrat counties caught counting illegal mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania. Election officials counted mail-in ballots that had no postmark, no address, and no signature, all of which are required by law for a ballot to be valid during the 2020 election. They also were opening mail-in ballots days, even weeks before Election Day, and having Democrat voters fix their ballots, which is completely illegal according to the Supreme Court. The other 60 Republican counties were not able to fix ballots with errors, which caused their ballots to be thrown out on Election Day. The fraud and shady practices by Democrats just never ends. Martial law on Telegram. Thursday, May 14, 2026, Fox News, incredible. The CIA raided Tulsi Gabbard's office and seized boxes of JFK and MKUltra files. She was about to declassify Representative Anna Paulina Luna. The CIA has 24 hours to return the documents to Tulsi Gabbard's office, or else I will make a motion to issue a subpoena. Thursday, May 14th, President Trump shares explosive allegations that Adam Schiff was a leaker of classified information. Here is where it gets fun. What are the chances that Q in 2017 references Adam Schiff as a leaker? And here we are in 2026 discovering that Adam Schiff is in fact a leaker. Q even noted how much money the weasel received. Schiff could now face up to 10 years in prison per leak. Hope the $7.8 million was worth it. Julian Assange on Telegram. Thursday, May 14th, Fox News. Multiple affidavits expose 7 Democrat counties caught counting illegal mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania. Election officials counted mail-in ballots that had no postmark, no address, and no signature, all of which are required by law for a ballot to be valid. During the 2020 election, they also were opening mail-in ballots days, even weeks before Election Day, and having Democrat voters fix their ballots, which is completely illegal, according to the Supreme Court. The other 60 Republican counties were not able to fix ballots with errors, which caused their ballots to be thrown out on Election Day. The fraud and shady practices by demon rats just never ends. Thursday, May 14, 2026, Fulton County had 148,319 absentee ballots counted in the 2020 election, but only 125,784 were recorded as actually having cast a ballot. This is a difference of 25,535 more ballots than the number of registered voters able to even cast a ballot. There was also over 133,000 ballot images deleted, which destroys the ability to verify the votes. Biden's margin of victory in Georgia was only 11,779 votes. Just enough ballot images were destroyed for Biden to win with no way to verify the ballots. The 2020 election was stolen. White hats on Telegram. Thursday, May 14, 2026. Arcadia, California Mayor Eileen Wang resigned after being exposed as an unregistered CCP agent, or, spy. From 2020 to 2022, she allegedly ran U.S. News Center, a platform used to spread Chinese propaganda under Beijing's direction. Part of a broader infiltration strategy targeting local offices, Wang now faces up to 10 years in prison for compromising national security while in office. Nisara Jasara on Telegram. Hidden names of countries in the Bible that reveal the last days. The hidden names that reveal the last days. Thursday, May 14, 2026, BlackRock CEO Larry Fink declares a preemptive war against American citizens who fight back against his precious AI data centers, warning that people could use inexpensive drones. He admits that BlackRock will control nearly all of the AI data centers being built across the United States because the government cannot afford to fund them on its own. We have to re-look at all forms of security. Could it be domestic terrorism using a $3,000 drone? Many more things will have to be underground. Julian Assange on Telegram. Thursday, May 14th, breaking. Tulsi Gabbard launches massive probe into 120 plus U.S.-funded foreign biolabs as Trump administration moves to end gain-of-function research. May 14th, boom. Trump signs historic executive order. No more secret biolabs. Frankenstein science.
It's Friday. It's the 15th of May, 2026. We're halfway through May already. Where's this year gone to? There's so much going on. And for those of you who were watching the debate, the arguments, as the Clarity Act was being voted on yesterday in the banking section of the Senate, the banking committee, it was very, very clear that certain people are desperate to hang on to the old system. None more so than Elizabeth Warren made her position very, very clear. They don't want to lose control. They want to control everything. They've controlled it all for so long. And it was interesting just to watch it all fall apart as they were fighting to try and hang on to control. As it slipped through their hands, as the vote turned out 15-9. Now, that doesn't mean it's signed into law. It's not. It now has to go for a Senate approval, and then it will be signed into law. It goes through process, but we're over the first hurdle. There was lots of people out there yesterday getting super excited that when this happens, everything changes. Well, it's step by step. When they woke up this morning and things hadn't changed the way they'd hoped, they were all in panic. Don't live in panic.
Behind the scenes of the Trump-Xi summit, insiders say this wasn't really about trade, it was about preventing global conflict. Sources claim China warned Taiwan is now in the absolute red, while Trump's team pushed for economic cooperation and a financial reset between the East and the West. The biggest signal? Beijing rolled out the red carpet like never before because both sides know the world economy is under pressure.
It is, and it's a very, very important time. Donald Trump, along with Xi Jinping, along with Vladimir Putin, along with Narendra Modi. We're distracted by the trade deals, by tariffs, by this, that, and the other. But this is all about peace, creating a world of peace. These four men are taking out the warmongers. And the British have always sat there very proud. But make no bones about it, the British are at the heart of the warmongers.
Wednesday, May 13th, classified top secret high-level intel, how Hillary Clinton sold America out. And Obama ordered the cover-up to save himself. QFS Redemption Center on Telegram. High-level intelligence exposes Hillary Clinton selling out America through top secret, special access programs on her private server. Obama ordered the DOJ to protect her to save himself. Comey covered it up for the FBI. Evidence was buried while trying to expose the scandal. This is treason, not theory. The public was told to forget the server scandal, painted by media as a careless mistake. In truth, it was a deep betrayal at the pinnacle of power. Obama knew everything. Clinton ran the operation. Comey shielded the guilty, and the establishment stayed quiet to preserve their corrupt deep state structure. Far from convenience, the home server acted as a black ops terminal in her residence bathroom. It handled the most restricted SAP intelligence on covert operations and defense tech. Clinton accessed it unsecured and likely traded the data to foreign entities, with probable access by adversaries. This espionage defied her own classified commitments. When Obama's pseudonym emails on the server surfaced, he instructed the DOJ to halt prosecution. This direct order showed collusion at the top to conceal the breach and protect the regime over national security and justice. Comey admitted the extreme carelessness in public, but blocked charges despite Espionage Act breaches. His loyalty-driven choice hid the Obama links. The Wiener Laptop's insurance folder held shocking evidence on Clinton and Abbott. NYPD sought arrests, yet FBI took over and shut it down. 9 of 13 involved NYPD officers then died suspiciously, silencing witnesses to these high-level crimes. Such patterns point to systematic elimination managed via Comey family ties in recent times, underscores the interconnected elite protection system. Trump disrupted it all as the 2024 outsider, unbound by their control or blackmail. They fear him for threatening to reveal and destroy their empire with truth. As of 2026, the fight persists, with justice delayed but coming. Deep state shields are cracking and reckoning nears for Clinton, Obama, and their enablers who betrayed America for power.
All right, folks, welcome to Nino's Corner.tv. I'm going to be joined with Ian Trottier, author of High Stakes Treason, all about Russiagate. All about Russiagate. This is an honor to have him on. And you know what else is an honor, folks? Getting 107 on with him. I'm going to have them both on just in a moment. But first, Trump signs a special document in case he's assassinated that J.D. Vance will have full power and control. I've always thought that, if the president is assassinated, obviously the vice president would take over, but I don't know what this special document entails. So I'm going to ask 107 and Ian Trottier about this. Mainly probably 107 knows more a little about this. But folks, you know what else? You know what else? You know what I'm about to do right now? Noble gold, baby. That's it. Nobody has ever said, I wish I'd waited a little longer to protect my savings. So why are you? Here's what most people, most Americans don't know, is that you can roll part of your 401k or IRA into physical gold and silver without cashing out, paying taxes, or taking a penalty. It's called a gold IRA, and it takes about 15 minutes to start. Visit noblegoldinvestments.com for your free gold IRA guide. And like I've said many times on here, Colin Plume is a personal friend of mine. What a nice guy. And his whole team is awesome to work with. You get your gold on time. You sign for it. It's awesome. noblegoldinvestments.com, noblegoldinvestments.com. Get on it, folks. Now I'm going to bring on Ian Trottier and Juan O. Saban. Hey, guys, how are you doing?
Nino, great to be back with you.
Super.
All right, so
yeah, and by the way, Nino, just real quick, let me add this one thing. So it's just a letter on the part of the president concerning Vance. It just kind of enumerates things that are already there. The Constitution determines the right of succession between if a president passes for any reason or is unable to complete their office, and that goes to the 25th Amendment or 25th.
I guess I guess this is kind of making up my mind for me on JD Vance. I kind of felt like, I wasn't too sure about JD Vance, but Trump seems to really like this guy, huh?
Well, remember, he's doing his job. A vice president is not supposed to upstage the president, and he's supposed to help do some of the extra stuff that's cleanup, be a understanding of what's going on behind the scenes, so he can seamlessly step into the position as much as possible if the president is unable to complete the job or passes. And so Trump is using Vance exactly as he intended to use him. Would he officiate in the same way Trump is? Probably not. And part of the reason is because he just doesn't have the same life history, the same juice as Trump does. We don't want anything to happen to Trump, but covering your bases and making sure that his wishes are clear and articulated, so that if something like that were to happen, there's latest current thoughts, if you will. Imagine, would Trump have written the same letter on behalf of Pence?
Hell no.
Oh, okay. And Pence was there because other people wanted him there as a safety net for them.
But isn't it the same kind of story with JD Vance? I mean, it's kind of the same theme, isn't it? Or no?
No, I don't think. I think that's incorrect. And we know it for a lot of reasons. But I don't want to distract ourselves. I just wanted to, because what Ian has, and this part of the story there is probably more important for today. But Trump's just dotting the I's and crossing the T's, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's appropriate to put people at ease that these issues have been addressed. His feelings on this are current, and the threats, we should also read into that. The threats against President Trump are very, very real and continuing. So we're in a hell of a fight. And trip to China, all the dramas. Remember, in his first term, there was an errant surface-to-air missile that was fired that, by all accounts, was intended to accidentally take out Air Force One. Up in the Northwest, there are threats that are hard to, fully imagine, understand. By the way, the Q-400 aircraft that was doing barrel rolls with a kid who'd never actually flown before except on computers. Where it crashed, that was the control center that was used remotely for that missile. So there's a lot more to that story. We're going to learn things over the next years and decades even, as things continue to bleed out, that will just continuously shock people, the depth of the enterprises within our own government and military operations that were controlling America, and people involved in those, and including, of course, what Ian has with Brennan.
Before we get to all that, I just want to cover up one more thing. Tulsi Gabbard getting raided by the CIA. Is that true or is that false? Fox
Well,
reported it.
it's inaccurate. It's inaccurate. It's not that it's not true. It's inaccurate. Her office was not raided, but there was documents, I think about 40 boxes of documents that some three-letter personnel came and reappropriated. That was stuff that would, I guess the way you'd say it, was under her care and control. So there's some questioning.
It wasn't an aggressive style type raid where they come in and shut everything down and take everything. It was just more so what, like, I guess you could call it a more subtle type. Did they ask for the documents or did they come in and just take them?
No, they just came in, went in the room, grabbed the stuff, and left. And so there's been personnel out talking to them. What could they possibly sift it away? Remember, here's one important thing. And I remember back to a particular person who was determined to be passing secrets to the Soviets. And so at a certain point, in order to control the type of information that would be used in court, they planted some materials that were highly classified, but were not the things that we were actually going to do within a military operation. They planted it in this person's office and made a little bit of stink about the importance of these documents. So the person made copies and funneled them to his contacts with the drops and everything else. Then when he was arrested and prosecuted, they could pick and choose what they wanted to use in the prosecution. They used the documents that weren't actually what we decided to do from a technology standpoint, but they were all official. They were the real thing. It was just we had more advanced mechanisms in this particular type of technology. So they salted his work area. He took the bait and then conveyed that stuff. And so it controlled the narrative within the legal prosecution. Something similar to that wouldn't surprise me a bit is going on here. We know a number of the operatives that are playing around and doing things. We do want to be able to control what stuff comes out in the public and how it comes out. And of course, these are all documents that President Trump was going to see go to the public through Tulsi's work. So here they have a room that's got stuff that some people don't want released, might have names, certain relationships, and they let these guys have just enough access to a noose to hang themselves with, and appears that they did.
So Ian Trottier is here. He's the author of High Stakes Treason. I guess, Ian, I'll let you take it from here. You're going to be at the event June 15th to the 17th, correct, in Las Vegas?
Yeah, that's correct. I'll be presenting the information in the book on the 16th, 16th of June. I will be there throughout the duration of the event, and I've got some nice information to deliver to folks that will be in attendance. But to bring you up to speed with some of the work that I've done recently in the past few days. I just got back from DC, Nino, and I met walking the Capitol with the information in the book. I was fortunate to actually exchange some FaceTime one-on-one with Senators Ron Johnson and Senators Rick Scott. In fact, Nino, Ron Johnson, when I showed him the book in hand, he was familiar with the book, and he said that his staffer would be reaching out to me. That individual's named Brian. This happened the day before the report last night on Jesse Waters about the, quote, raid. Looks like it wasn't a raid, but they were documents that were taken, 40 boxes from Gabbard's office for the redaction to take place. I met with Johnson in outside the Capitol, just an exchange before that. He was familiar with the book. he immediately had one of his staffers contact me. So that's something that is developing. He was very much interested in the contents of the book from my impression. And I've got some other daggers in the fire as well. But critical to the book, Nino, is that, as you may know from our last encounter together, there are three forwards. Two of the three forwards, the first one is written by Roger Stone, and the second of the three forwards is written by John Kiriakou. John Kiriakou, Nino, is a former CIA agent, and he was on last night with Jesse Waters. So Kiriakou is a critical piece to this Brennan investigation right now. I joined Matt Gaetz's show 2 nights ago, where we discussed briefly the FBI agents coming up from Miami that went to Langley. I don't know the names of those agents, but we do know that a release per Matt Gaetz that there's been FBI now questioning people at Langley again, and that happened the same night that I'd met Senator Johnson on the Hill in that brief exchange. So there's lots of interesting things happening at the moment. Let me just revisit this quickly, Nino. So America's Voice had just posted with a journalist named McCabe that the raid, it wasn't a raid, it was a CIA access to Gabbard's office. Now, according to this journalist McCabe, who I'm not familiar with, they had access. They used code, that they had permission. That's what is told through America's Voice, to access this office, the CIA, and remove the boxes. Well, that made me immediately think of some of the information in High Stakes Treason, because what we know is that behind the scenes, John Brennan created for himself a CT intel monopoly, which is a counterterrorism information intelligence monopoly. Well, in a nutshell, this is what came to my mind, was on page 112, and I just tweeted about it in response to that post by America's Voice. He states, this is John Brennan, he states that through the TTIC, now there's no relation, of course, with the TTIC, the Gabbard's office, that I know of, but he says 26 classified and unclassified networks flowed into the Terrorist Threat Interrogation Center, which is what gave way to the NCTC, the National Counterterrorism Center. What I'm saying is that Brennan created this as a result of 9/11, and what I'm doing is I'm portraying the power that I suspect John Brennan retains in the intelligence community in D.C. Therefore, we're going to suspect that perhaps the CIA, with John Brennan, and Patrick Byrne has stated recently in the past few months on Alex Jones that John Brennan still owns, that's a quote from Patrick Byrne, he still owns the top 2 layers of the CIA. That would, to me, impress upon me that he still controls it. Patrick Byrne, who's a CIA asset going back to 2006, Patrick Byrne himself is a former CIA asset. He still owns the top 2 layers of the CIA. Plus, 3 nights ago, my understanding, and I saw the clip, I think it was 3 nights ago, John Brennan himself, resetting the statutes of limitations, spoke to Nicole Wallace on MS Now and stated, this is before the disclosure with the CIA whistleblower on the Hill. John Brennan himself said that there is a legion of intelligence agents on the Hill working to undermine the president. That would be Donald Trump. John Brennan himself said that just a few nights ago. And if that is true, then again, I'm going back to page 112 in my book, continuing to say that the TTIC, he said, had more access to more information than anywhere in the government. And again, Nino, the reason I'm quoting that out of the book is that we may not, we being just members of the Republic, right? Just ordinary members of the Republic, all playing our role in society, we may not know the extent of the network of power that Mr. Brennan has created for himself inside the District of Columbia and our government, in our intelligence community.
So let me just get to what we were going to talk about here. So that's great. That's a great overview of what's going on here. But okay, Edward Snowden. This guy, could he be pardoned? And I have to pose it as a question here because it is FluffTube, it is YouTube. So it looks like he's going to get a pardon from Donald Trump. And if he does get a pardon from Donald Trump, what does that mean? Does that mean he will testify against Brennan and Comey and the usual suspects here?
That's
And
exactly
is
what it
the
means.
impact? What is the impact if he does?
Well, it gives high stakes treason major firepower, and for your viewers to understand, I received the information from me. The research that I compiled and turned into this book was given to me by an FBI agent, a former FBI agent. He spent over a decade in the DC field office that provided me research that had been rejected by the FBI and lost him his job with a company called Cyvalence and got him a death threat. And outside of the fact that his family called him crazy, he presented that research to me. I turned it into a book. What's important is that what we know is that in 2011, just going back here, 2011, when this former member of the intelligence community at the FBI was tipped off to what John Brennan should have known and should have done to prevent and help the Norwegians prevent the Oslo bombing, that's Anders Breivik, is that 2 years after he got tipped onto what John Brennan was sequestering. That means hiding vital national intelligence. Edward Snowden proved to be true, and that would be through X-Keyscore. So if we were to bring Edward Snowden back into the conversation regarding John Brennan, that supports all of the allegations laid out in high stakes treason, which shows in a nutshell that John Brennan retained vital national security information. He hid it, he sequestered it so that he could benefit financially and basically sell out our country. That means he's a traitor. That's why I use the word high stakes treason, because he clearly, according to the information of the book, he clearly committed treason on this country, providing aid and comfort to an enemy during a time of war that is a global war on terror. John Brennan did it to a count of possibly 25 times listed in my book. So yes, so Edward Snowden, this is a massive new development that just came.
Is trying to work a deal. Before President Trump won in 2024, I had a contact that's, lives in the presidential compound in Russia that we occasionally communicate. He had asked if I had thought that there would be an acceptance of a proposal to work something out for Snowden to be able to testify against some of the people that were in the intelligence community, including and specifically named Brennan. I had just, with no direct knowledge, just on principle, said, yeah, I think that there would be, if you want to try to work a deal, I think there might be room for a deal there. And then I was with attorneys who dealt with Julian certain information, and similar questions were asked in that vein at that time when I was over in Spain. And so there is a desire on some of these people's part to present information concerning people into the intelligence community, including and specifically, not limited to, but Brennan precisely. Remember, the way the intelligence agencies are run by these globalista are a tag team operation. The globalist groups, CFR, Council on Foreign Relations, various other, secret handshake groups that are out there. You can name 20 of them: Atlantic Councils, Club of Rome, etc. They work together and coordinate together on their globalist ambitions, and so it's a tag team operation. You think you're only dealing with people over at CIA? No, you're dealing with a whole group of people that are working together against the interests of the American people. people and people across the world. It's so much bigger than most people understand or to understand or.
Juanito, so you're breaking up a little bit, but Ian, could I get you on Nino'sCorner.tv to talk more about this in the coming weeks as this starts unfolding? I would love to have you on the show along with Juanito, like we just did right now, and really go into depth on this, because I got a feeling this is going to blow wide open. And not only that, I think the deep state moves are coming. And I think that's why this National Prayer Day, that's why Trump signed that document for, just in case he's assassinated. I got a feeling this is about to get really, really bumpy.
Yeah, I'm absolutely available. More than happy to join Nino, join you, Nino. And I would agree with you that things are certainly heating up. And the weak link from my vantage point would be John Owen Brennan. He's left a paper trail. It's clear. It's right here. It's a paper trail. So that's going to expose this syndicate. This what Juan's talking about. This global syndicate that the U.S. intelligence agencies are essentially being manipulated by. Much broader, bigger than people realize.
Let me ask you both this. What do you think is the deal with Obama going to the UK, then going to Canada, taking these secret meetings? Is he running, trying to find a place to hide? What's going on with this? Is he plotting something?
Yeah, I mean, my response to that is I don't know about the socialists to our north. I just call them socialists. The Canadians, great country, great people, but they'd have no chance to defend themselves. They've given up that right for deer hunting, contrary to our system here. The British, there's something going on with the British, and again, it's linked. And this is why I direct people more to Patrick Byrne. It seems to be linked. There's surveillance community anyway out of Cambridge University. Obama certainly knows things. Like Juan was saying, he was born. I think he said this offline. He was born into that system. John Brennan basically converted to it, right? And they've got that stronghold on it. A lot of this. A global community that Juan is talking about, that runs right out of London and the system that controls their monarchy. Because let's not forget, and I mentioned this with Michael Jaco, Nino, a couple of weeks ago, but I think your viewers were probably fairly well aware of this. The City of London controls that monarchy. And that is what I think a lot of us who are very vocal on the ground level here in the States are saying with our Federal Reserve System is that it's created in a very, very similar way to how they're strongholding that the Swiss banks are strongholding the British monarchy. But that would be my answer. That intelligence community, that international network is very, very much tied to the backbone of how their economy operates globally. But not to get too far stretched. That's my thought.
All right, and Juanito, I have one more question for you.
Yeah.
Laura Loomer is attacking Tulsi Gabbard, saying she's a traitor.
Well, who's getting her intel from? Who's paying her bills? Who's doing stuff behind the scenes with her? Who's she beholden to? Yeah. Say it one more time.
Is she kind of like a necessary evil that Trump needs to deal with right now? Because Trump really backs her.
Trump has no. He's gone after her a couple times here recently. He did have her in Air Force One, but she's somebody else's tool in there. And the only thing I'd say in that regard, Nino, everybody gets to pick a lane. And as time goes on, a lot of these relationships become clearer and clearer and clearer. How many times have I told your audience that the real problem here is the City of London, the city within the city, where the Queen, when she was alive, had to go to the gate of the City of London, take off her shoes, enter, curtsy and bow, kiss the ring, kiss the ass of the mayor of the City of London, where the square mile where all the banks are, which is the old Roman city within London with its own wall, etc. What Ian is telling you is the same thing that I'm saying to the audience here. There's a nexus of authority and control within these global networks that hasn't been recognized. Even China hasn't been their own man because the banks are controlling China. Hong Kong controlled by the Brits. Oh, we left, we're done. Hiding in plain sight, these hidden relationships and power plays that control the direction of the world, even into the finances and things like that. So there's games within the games. More of this will get exposed, and the relationships of certain people within those games. I don't need to be the internet police. Enough people, you will know them by their fruits, by their actions. So you don't have to guess. Before this is all over, a lot of these alliances are going to come out. In fact, I'll tell you one little sneaker. So I've seen a certain person inside the Trump operations that has, for all the world, he's just the greatest guy in the world. And really speaking truth about stuff going on, especially out of England and like that. Yet I know he's a paid operative to MI6.
Oh, you don't want to say who it is?
1,000%. And it's no, I'm not going to go there. But over time, that will get exposed. It will not be unknown into the media, and there's going to be some embarrassment over that, I believe, by all the parties involved. It's all going to come out.
It'll be very, very close
As
to
this
Trump.
thing comes unraveled, it's all going to come out. That's the whole point, and they don't want it to come out.
Is he very close? Is he very close to Trump?
Well, we'll let that come out.
Okay,
it's not a minor player.
I don't want to put. Yeah, I don't want. I know you want to stay in your lane. I get it, fellas. Thank you so much, Juanito.
Well, let me just say this. So I don't want to deal in that particular regard. Hold on. This is important. There's going to be plenty of efforts to slime and besmirch everybody. But some of that's not going to stick because the truth's going to come out. Who was related to who and how's it going? I use this as an example. If right up until Admiral Rogers presented what he had to President Trump, President-elect Trump, back in 2016, November 17th.
Be careful here.
If he had not gotten into that office and shown Trump that he was being, with paperwork showing the exact listening in on him, you would have thought he was a bad guy. He got to the head of NSA, and not an easy thing to do. Arguably the most powerful position, second to the presidency on the planet, the biggest intelligence gathering agency on the planet. And yet when he broke to the side of Trump, he showed his true alliance affiliations and gave critical information, not just to Trump, but to the country. He had to play the game all the way along. There's other people that have had to play the game, and even actions. You could argue maybe that a Brennan or a Comey or other people were in some kind of a deep cover operation to expose some of the other players, and they tell stuff. Well, it'll come out, and they won't have been who they would like you to believe, pure as the wind-driven snow. That's what this moment in time is about. Everybody gets to kind of get revealed for who they really, truly are. And even within your listenership, Nino, a lot of people that are a little bit too ready to dump Trump at the drop of a hat, as things come out more and more and more, it'll be harder and harder to side with the crews that, say that Trump has somehow lost his way or whatever. We're doing just fine. Trump's said that he will never betray us. He will never abandon us or go some other direction. I think he's telling the truth. And but some of this stuff isn't clear quite yet. The fog is lifting.
Juanito, thank you for joining me. Ian, thank you for joining me. Ian, I'll be in close contact with you. Let's line up another show for .tv. Nino's Corner.
And by the way, and I hope other hosts will get Ian on, because Ian is doing the Lord's work. He's got and his book's fantastic. Go get it. I mean, and I'm so thankful, Ian. I look forward to seeing you there mid-June. You want to hear Ian in person? We still got some room. And Dark Horse, the new Jim Caviezel movie, if you like Sound of Freedom.
I have one
you
question.
love Dark Horse. It's right there. Yeah.
I have a question. Are you guys, since we're all going to be in Vegas, are we going to play some roulette? Some blackjack roulette? Are we going to gamble a little bit?
Well, I won't do it during the conference, and I'll be tied up the day before, but maybe after we can decompress. And,
well, you know me, Juanito. I pop in and out, but we are going to go get Italian food, right? We're going to go get some Italian food.
Oh yeah, yeah. Love that. We'll get out there and enjoy it. I love my there's certain things that I love about a certain place. So, yeah.
All right,
by the way, anybody that hasn't seen it yet, go over and Tina Peters. I've got a coin over at All Patriots at gumroad.com. That's not trinket by design, because how are we going to remember this period of time decades from now when the kids are trying to understand what happened here? Some things will fade away, other things will be kept. That's why we do it with silver. It'll be kept. And who's this person? What was their role? Tina Peters, front and center. Her work, her dedication, and the time in prison totally unjustly. We're in prayer. I hope that we're going to get her out end of the month, and based on what Tickton told Trump and this moment with these disclosures of foreign interference. And if so, one way or another, whether we have to remote her in because she's going to work on getting her health, or we get her there in person, I hope to have her at that conference free indeed. So love you, and I hope people put you on every show out here in the Patriot community to understand what your message is. And I look forward to seeing you in Vegas.
Yeah, this was a stellar show. I'll see you both in Vegas. God bless both you, Ian and Juanito. Thank you for joining me. God bless you guys.
Yeah.
All right, folks, that was that. So I think that was a pretty stellar show. Ian Trottier and Juan O'Savin brought the heat. I'll be back here tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. I believe SG Anon is joining me tomorrow for the morning show, so we'll get his perspective on everything. We'll get his perspective on Tulsi Gabbard. We'll get his perspective on Trump's China trip. Folks, I do a lot of work formulating and coordinating these shows. I hope you appreciate it. I do see your super chats, but let me just be clear here on the super chats. I haven't figured out Alex is not with me today, so the super chats, I don't know how to bring them up by myself. So I'm sorry. When Alex is with me tomorrow, I'll try to read through the super chats and be fair to everybody. I'm sorry I missed him. I'm not able to do that myself. I don't know how to do it. Hey, I'm very sorry, you got to kind of excuse me, But anyway, folks, love all of you. Thank you for joining me. I'm signing off. I'll see you tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. Mountain Standard Time, right here. Oh, and Nino's Corner.tv. I still got it going. Live forever. One payment. You live forever. I'm going to have phenomenal guests on. Juan O'Savin. You'll just see way more of this on Nino's Corner.tv. And I have a show going up tonight. Now, this is crazy. This is Katie Asher. Her son, autistic son, is injured from this. You see me pointing to my shoulder, right? He suffered an injury from that, and he's autistic. And his whole life, he was severely autistic. Anyway, he's a supernatural phenom. This kid sees heaven, hears God, and also can hear thoughts of people. This is absolutely a phenomenal show. And the book she wrote is called The Book of Heaven. It's on Amazon. I'm putting that on Nino's Corner.tv right now. I suggest you don't miss it. I choked up like 4 or 5 times on the podcast. I mean, it's one of the most beautiful podcasts I've ever done. Please go to Nino's Corner.tv right now and watch that. If you're a subscriber, you won't regret it. It's an amazing story about her son that can hear God, speak to God, hear thoughts, and it's phenomenal. It's a phenomenal podcast. I'm very proud of it. All right, folks, I'm out of here. God bless you.
the countryside. Take a look at this video of one being found. So they're putting out, you know, contaminated insects attacking the American people and people around the world with bioweapons yet again. And then they're putting out this, they're trying to put out scare propaganda. Look at this so-called Korean ship. Okay, you know, and my answer is, we're not going to give in to bioweapon blackmailers. It's legal. It's legal to do that. All right, and now what has happened now is that there's been a European alliance now against Israel. And this is because of the constant attacks on, well, the war crimes, but also the constant attacks on Christians in not just Israel, but around the world. Take a look at these two Tucker Carlson clips to see what I mean. In order to try to extort money. And it's not going to happen. Now, the other thing that's not going to happen is that, you know, the U.S. media keeps reporting that Trump's going to go on May 14th to have a summit meeting with Chinese leader Xi Jinping. Well, I asked the Asian secret societies about that, and this was their answer. We, the Hongmen, have absolutely no intention of saving the current Israeli puppet regime. He's referring, of course, to that whole fake Donald Trump show that Americans are being subjected to every day, and with increasing disgust. 60% of Americans oppose what he's doing. Only 33% now support it. But, you know, it's not over until it's over. But we know that Howard Lutnick was taken in for questioning, and he basically forced to admit he lied about going to Epstein's Island. You know, there's very little doubt that Lutnick was, you know, blackmailed by, and we have it on the record that the fake Trump was doing that. And this is important because these people are going to face justice, and this is not abstract anymore, because Canada participated in a meeting of 50 European countries. Okay, that's all of Europe, you know, everything to do with Europe, and they agreed. Well, listen to Prime Minister Carney speak about it. So he's making it clear, we're headed for war crimes tribunals, and the Anglo-Saxon military, the White Hats, together with the rest of the European military, are not going to let these criminals get away with it this time. There will be a new Nuremberg tribunals, and these people will face justice. They have no choice, and we're not going to, or apparently also they're going to try another UFO show, but it's just not going to work this time. We have to finish them off. And what's very interesting is that the French and the British sent a task force it's headed for the Straits of Hormuz. And this includes the French aircraft carrier Charles de Gaulle. And what I'm hearing from my Iranian and British intelligence sources is that they're there to protect European and Canadian shipping and world shipping from American pirate attacks. Okay, the Iranians have agreed to allow the countries of Europe and places like Japan to continue to, you know, buy oil from the Middle East without any interruption. It's only the United States that's being boycotted, and the British and French navies are going there to help protect their shipping in order to lower insurance costs. Think about that. This is an actual military campaign directed at the rogue Israeli puppet state, you know, which is no longer the United States of America. It's no longer a democracy. It's a theocracy run by Satan worshippers, and the people you're seeing are actors reading scripts. We're sick and tired of this. The whole planet wants to move to, you know, a normal development and creating a bright future. And you know, China now, most of Russia is heavily infiltrated by Chabad and needs to clean its own act up. But certainly the entire world now, including the European world, is lined up against the Israeli puppet state, and it's going to end. And when it does, all sorts of wonderful things are going to happen. Like I say, the Chinese, the Hongmen, they told us they fully support rebuilding the United States as a normal country. And all your debts will be written off, and then huge new developments will start. All your infrastructure will be rebuilt. All your debts will be canceled. All you've got to do is get rid of these privately owned central banks and corporations, the Fortune 500. They have to be removed from control of Satanists like the Rockefellers, temporarily nationalized, and then without punishing real entrepreneurs, the whole system needs to be rebooted. We have to have a jubilee. This will be done in public with full consultation of all interested parties to make sure it's done to, hypercharge the U.S. economy into an era of fast growth that turns everyone into middle class or upper class. And just to give a taste of the sort of thing that will be coming to the United States once these criminals are overthrown, take a look at these 3 buildings in China. This is the sort of thing they're doing, what you can do when you have a government that's actually working to make people's lives better. But it's quite amazing. Take a look at these buildings. We're close to the inflection point, and I don't see any way that these people are going to escape justice. I don't want to give timing for it, but the United States is running out of money. They're running out of oil, and they're under international quarantine. So it'll cause some suffering for the American people. There are already gas prices are up 40%. And even though energy companies are only 3% of the stock market, energy is about 70% of the real economy. So when you see a 40% increase in gas prices, that's going to hurt the average people. And hopefully it'll hurt them enough that they'll go to Washington, D.C. and arrest all those traitors who are trying to cause a starvation crisis and kill you American Christians as we speak. So I hope the military white hats move in, arrest all those fake congressmen and the actors pretending to be president and war minister and all that. Just put them in jail. Let's end this. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Item, we have our first question for today. During the past weeks, I am getting the impression that you are transitioning to favor Carney, even though he cannot be trusted. His election and power grab is near despotic. His position on joining the EU is tantamount to a grand sellout without permission from the Canadians. Why does it seem like you're currently favoring Carney?
Well, if you listen to Carney, and he says that he supports democracy, rule of law, and that's what we need. The United States is not a democracy. It's a theocracy run by Satan worshippers. So, I'm not a 100% fan of Carney, but the fact is that right now, the British, the Canadians, the Australians, and I think a majority of American people all agree that we need to restore democracy and rule of law. Who occupy your government? So I'm not in favor of Carney. I'm just agreeing with him that we have a common enemy, which is the Khazarian mafia and their puppet regime in the United States, which is not really being democratically elected, okay? It's a Nazi fascist dictatorship, and we're all trying to overthrow them. Once that's done, I'd be happy to see Carney removed. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Why doesn't Russia and or China give Iran nuclear weapons? Then the war would be over, since Iran has nuclear weapons and might use them if attacked again, almost using them as a defensive mechanism.
Well, the fact that Iran was able to destroy all U.S. bases in the Middle East and pulverize Israel without being hit by nuclear weapons is because they already have 400 solid-state nuclear armed missiles given to them by North Korea. So they have nuclear weapons, and that's why they haven't been attacked. The propaganda media in the United States is saying, oh, we got to prevent them from getting them. Well, they've had them since George Bush Sr. gave them neutron bomb tipped missiles. And they don't want to use them, and they tried to return them in the Obama era, but Obama didn't want to accept them. But the fact is, Iran isn't being nuked because they already have nukes. Next question.
Hi, Ben. I can only think positively as of late at this point. I've been praying for what we need to be seen done. Well, Charles, since I keep hearing about it, it does seem that Prince William and Catherine are ready to rule, and hopefully you're right about their status as white hats, although lately Catherine appears very thin and haggard. So will we be hearing about any agreements between Russia and Ukraine?
Well, I heard that the British have already made a deal with Russia over Ukraine, and it basically, what it means, it's the old agreement between Frederick the Great and the Russian Tsar, where the Russian zone of influence goes from the east of the Dnieper River, and the Western European zone of influence, or German, goes from the west of the Dnieper River. And in that agreement, Odessa will become a free port, sort of like Hong Kong, so that the Ukraine will not be landlocked, and they'll have access to exports and imports. And that's the general agreement that's been reached. So when that happens, it'll probably be made public when there is a formal change to King William, and hopefully that'll be soon, but we'll see. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Can you explain to us in a little bit more detail how the clone thing works? I think a lot of us are a little bit confused on this.
Clones?
When you mentioned that certain political figures are replaced or fake, how do the entire clone process
Oh,
work?
I see. Okay, look, I've been told for like years and years and years that they have clones, but the observable facts show that's not the case. What they have is they have actors who are being. So, for example, you had a Hillary Clinton who was suddenly 20 centimeters shorter than the original, but with an identical face. If it was a clone, it would be identical. There are differences. You can see them. The ears are different, the height's different, the things that you can't alter with plastic surgery are different. So my understanding is they have many well-trained look-alike actors who can go in front of an audience and read a script and appear to be that person, but they don't have clones. Okay, it's not that. I just haven't seen evidence for that. My understanding is that clones of animals suffer from short lifespans, and I don't think there's any way to transfer memory to a clone. So I use Occam's razor. I find a more simple explanation, which is they find people who look like these leaders, and then they give them plastic surgery to make them look more like them, and then lots of training so they can act and sound like them. That's what's really going on. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Can you explain why China is building up a fleet of, quote, useless aircraft carriers? The strategy of President Trump to block Iran's oil instead of bombing it, in my opinion, is not stupid. Why should a fake Trump do this? The discussion you showed from Congress was not intellectually brilliant. I don't think it said much of anything. What is your strategic analysis about the situation by actual figures and not only by verbal information? And this is our last question for today.
Well, the price of gasoline is up 40% in the United States since March. Here in Japan, the price of gasoline is the same as it was in March, and I think you'll find it similar in other places outside of the United States. So the oil is flowing to everywhere except America, and military experts like Colonel Douglas Macgregor made clear that U.S. does not have the ability to shut the Straits of Hormuz. They just physically can't do it. Trump recently tried with Operation Freedom or something. He sent in a bunch of ships, and the Iranians are reporting that 4 were sank and 2 ran aground, and they were forced to retreat.